Antoine Winfield Jr., the son of Antoine Winfield Sr., who was the 23rd overall.
Sup?
Hey. A lot of receivers off the board that run on backs and receivers. We saw a couple get off there. We saw DeAndre Swift's Aaron Donald in 20 years father, who is probably going to get drafted at some point. And some big names still on the board. So we shall see. A couple stud defensive ends that I've always liked, A.J. Epinesa and Marlon Davidson. So we shall see. Robert Hunt went super early, a little earlier than predicted, but definitely like pretty much a general consensus number 2, number 3 interior offensive lineman probably, who played tackle, played guard. So interesting there, and we'll see what the Ravens do shortly.
Grant Delpit.
Well, that's their second DB from LSU in a row.
Greedy last year.
Yep, both very poor tacklers, but awesome range, awesome speed. Delpit is an awesome pick. So they definitely filled some important positions there. Getting some speed on the back end will help. I like what Delpit could come up and do as a blitzer, come up and do in the box, and everyone wants to rip on his tackling, but very impressive player. I think that's an awesome fit for them. A very good pick.
Starting it off, the 2 wide receivers, you have T. Higgins going to the Bengals, which I don't like because I feel like he's going to ball out there. And then Michael Pittman going to the Colts, which I also hate because I love Michael Pittman, and I wanted him to fall into Ravens trade-up range.
Yeah, we both love Michael Pittman. That's our guy. Hopefully Phillip Rivers does him right, and I'm sure he'll be in good hands out there. Yep. So they've got, T.Y. Hilton. I believe they signed another receiver. Am I thinking of Funchess, and he went elsewhere? Funchess went elsewhere.
Funchess left there. They have that one kid from Ohio State. What is it? That kid from last year in the second round.
Kid from where?
From Ohio State.
Oh, Paris Campbell. Paris Campbell,
yeah.
Definitely an athlete, a little bit of a – he's like kind of like a – my player comparison was I don't want to say a poor man's, but not, nearly as electric Reggie Bush. Paris Campbell reminded me of if he was just like not a running back and just a slot receiver.
Right. Yeah, I thought he was going to have a good year, and he just kind of didn't really do much, got lost in the shuffle there. But they're looking pretty stacked, I think, with some of the moves they've been making. It all comes down to Phillip Rivers.
It definitely does come down to Phillip Rivers. We'll see. I think that we're in lockstep that he might be a little bit over the hill, and I think neither of us hate Jacoby Brissett either. Would have liked to see them maybe take a quarterback in this draft, but they go big, get DeForest Buckner, and of course Ravens fans saw what he could do as a member of the 49ers. Super stout, athletic, fast, powerful, all that good stuff. You finally get to see why he was such a high pick. So Colts going all in. Apparently Malik Hooker is on the trading block, which is interesting. Guy who's suffered a lot of injuries, but
he has. And if his family and he's suffered a lot of personal tragedy in his life, you got to think that's going to just catapult his stock into the stratosphere.
Absolutely. And they've got Doyle there.
Are you picking up on that?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I was saying for Hooker, you got to think that if he's suffered like some personal tragedies in his life, you got to think that's just going to catapult his stock way up into the stratosphere.
I don't get it.
Are you following our Slack chat or Twitter at all?
No.
Have you been following the draft at all?
What? I don't get it.
Have you noticed how every pick, like there's some montage about some like immense?
Oh yeah, and then the COVID-19 stuff. Yeah, I don't know. That's whatever. Fuck all that stuff. I'm over that entire thing. I think I'm trying to hide my brain from that and just think about football a little bit more.
You're just all football, man. You don't care about that ancillary stuff. We're just here to talk X's and O's, scheme. That's what we do. Are you okay? You seem a little off.
I'm just sitting down, getting ready, getting into my setting, and waiting to see these picks. Antoine Winfield, the Bucs get some help. That is a big one. They
needed that
shit secondary, and secondary is ultra important. If you go look at teams that go far in the playoffs, they have strong ones, and teams that don't definitely flounder. So again, another great pick. The Bucs pretty much have shored up everything and definitely can still add maybe a Cam Akers or an A.J. Dillon or J.K. Dobbins at some point in this draft, someone like that. So they will have a fun offense and see if they can keep building up that secondary a little bit. But got to think that rookies can only do so much as a secondary piece in year one. I mean, some guys are exceptional. Maybe he is, but
how was that kid from A&M for them? Evans was his name? Justin Evans?
Does he play for the Bucs?
I thought he got drafted by them, didn't he?
Out of my mind? Yeah, he does. I've completely forgotten about him. Yeah, second round.
Yeah,
a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I think he has one career pick, so not great, but I know people were very high on him.
How was dinner?
Dinner was okay. I spoiled it. He had 3 picks last year. I spoiled it a little bit. I ate some McDonald's earlier, so I didn't feel great eating, and now I'm very full. So maybe that's why I'm a little lethargic.
Yeah, I had Chipotle. So, and I had that a little early too, so I just completely skipped dinner.
Well, to completely ruin that meal for you, they just got a $25 million fine for poor sanitary habits.
So I saw.
Yeah.
And this is at a location that I'm not necessarily enamored with either. Their operations normally run, but your boy was desperate. I just had to go to Goodyear and sit there for an hour while they replaced my tires. Shout out to them for billing me an exorbitant amount to do that.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's great. Drink check.
I need to grab mine from over here, actually. Ugh.
This is the electric content that you guys are signing up for, jumping onto this.
Zavudu.
Ooh, look at that. I got some of those down in the fridge.
Oh, buddy. Yeah. Getting a little juice going.
I think KJ Hamler to the Broncos.
So they've got Judy and Hamler. That is quite a core there with Sutton and Noah Fant.
That is sick nasty.
Yeah, and Denzel Mims still on the board. So Denzel Mims, guy that I had in my receiver ratings, kind of a little bit focused on the Ravens, maybe a touch more than just straight up, but I think I had Mims 9th. And what are we at now? Right about there?
9th?
I had Chenault at like 13, so he went a little earlier than I had him in my
grade.
He did.
So yeah, he definitely
I think that'll be a good fit for them with Shark being there, and then people don't realize Gardner Minshew scrambles more than any. Like last year was the most frequent scrambling quarterback. Loves to break the pocket, loves that play after the play stuff, and that's where I see Chenault being awesome, where he can kind of find a spot and sit down, and you can get him the ball in space, and everybody knows what he can do with the ball in his hands. So
what was I going to say?
Broncos,
Bronco. I mean,
Mims.
That's freaking nasty. Mims is still out there. What was I going to say, Jim? I don't even know.
A lot of Ravens fans gonna get antsy again and complain about not trading up for a receiver, but there's still Van Jefferson, Brian Edwards, John Hightower, Denzel Mims, a plethora of receivers still. Donovan Peoples-Jones, Devin Duvernay, Tyler Johnson. I mean, this draft doesn't end with receivers.
If you traded up in the 3rd round for Miles Boykin, you could easily trade up for one of those guys, especially with the picks that you have right now.
Absolutely. And, throw a pick in 2021 instead, maybe.
Sure.
Throw a mid-round pick there because you've had back-to-back fat draft classes. You're going to have a big UDFA class and a lot of guys under contract.
Not fat shame the draft classes, all right? Those guys are perfectly normal.
PHAT stacked, fat stack of receivers, and that's the whole thing. So maybe my boy, Van Jefferson, might be the way they go. Maybe Brian Edwards, 2 guys I'm super duper high on, think they would fit really well, especially Edwards, just being a little bit different than Boykin, a little stockier, also very tall, but a little stockier, a little more aggressive,
straightforward,
a little more stock, a little more straightforward. How do I say this? But they are 2 guys that I think are good options and will be there at 60. So one of them might even be there at 92. But they both have foot injuries that they're recovering from. Both of them are like running and stuff, and it wasn't like they had to get a screw in their foot like Hollywood. Injuries back to back.
We lost you for a second there. I don't know what happened.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
Not great, Bob.
So we have the Falcons pick in Jeremy Chin.
Duger to the Patriots.
What was that about?
the most Bill Belichick move possible. I mean,
it is, but like I don't know. I tweeted out right before that pick happened that Grant Delpit was born to play for Bill Belichick. And then they just picked him, and he's definitely going to be like one of the best players from this class. And we're going to look back and be like, oh, yeah, that's why we're all stupid and he's smart. But yeah, very unexpected.
Or he'll turn out like Jordan Richards, second-round pick, who is now
Ravens
exclusively on special teams for the Ravens.
If Kyle Duggar is playing special teams for the Ravens in like 3 years, I'd be fine with it.
Oh, yeah, big time. Cyrus Jones as well. 2 second-round DB picks.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Not the big thumpers like Duggar or whatever the hell he is. His highlights are – I don't know how you watch tape on D3 and like pick him that high. I don't
Let's be nice. I went to a D3 school here.
Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with the education. I'm just saying I don't know how to pick apart.
Well, it really is because I graduated, but
oh, well, apparently, yeah, you were tooting your own horn that your grades were not so hot in high school.
They weren't. But
it happens.
AT scores were high.
There you go.
So that's just
4 years of nothing.
Yeah.
In high school, 4 years of nothing. What do you learn in high school?
What do you learn?
Government.
Social studies, Spanish.
Yeah. Yeah, all of those are adequate.
We had to take leadership.
Is that like studying great leaders and making public speeches?
Sort of, yeah. It's pretty much like you would think. But yeah, my high school was weird. Very small.
This beer tastes so much like I'm drinking marijuana. It's actually insane.
It smells like it too. Like it's kind of like Heineken in that way, where if it's like sitting,
it's the Belgian beers
5 feet away from you, you're like, did I like just get twisted last night and forget about it? Like, am I gonna find my bowl like smoldering on my wardrobe over there? But
it's whatever the like Holland, Amsterdam, Belgium beers always have that. I feel like.
Yeah, shout out to me. I have some connections to the Dutch, and couldn't agree more.
The Pennsylvania Dutch for me.
Yeah, true. You love those Mennonites. I love those Mennonites, man.
The old horse and
get older, they stay back in the 1800s.
So
pretty good. Come on.
What is the reaction going to be if the Ravens don't take a receiver with one of these 2 picks?
I mean, it's frantic every year that they don't, which is every year pretty much, and especially this year where it feels like they're maybe a piece away on offense from it being completed, and that piece being a wide receiver. Kind of feels like they need to do it, but it wouldn't shock me if they didn't. Marlon Davidson to the Falcons at 47.
One of #my guys, an absolute unit, super quick feet for how big he is, incredible lateral quickness, and hustle player, blocked crazy. One of the craziest stats of this draft: blocked kicks in 2018 in back-to-back games, back-to-back weeks, 3 weeks, 3 block kicks. One of them was a game-winning block. Those are my favorite guys. The three blockers in this. It's James Lynch had 2 this year out of Baylor. Pittman blocked 3 kicks, and then Marlon Davidson. All those are #my guys, and that's a big reason why.
I like that.
Special teams in general, our boy Ruggs had 15 tackles on special teams in his career.
Gruden's going to absolutely love that kid.
Yeah, I saw that Charles Woodson was reaching out to him and talking to him about the old Raider legacy and all that good stuff.
Tell you what, man, you like football, don't you, Ruggs? It's like, yeah, coach, you just asked me that like 3 minutes ago. I do love football.
I'm telling you, this kid was born to play football, man. Look at him. He's just a stinking football player, man.
Tell you what, man, I call him Henry Carpets because he carpet bombs your defense, man.
Hey, man, Ruggs, you should be an Uber driver, man. You don't even need a car. Just put him on your back, man. You'll probably get him there quicker.
Was that from like Hard Knocks or something?
Just what I imagine Gruden would say to a fast person.
Season. I probably should have, but I heard it wasn't that good.
Was not that great.
I watched the first episode, and then I was like, all right, they're definitely not going to go into the Antonio Brown stuff at all. No, there's not going to be nearly enough Guy Fieri for my taste, and I'm out.
There was a good bit of Guy Fieri.
There was some.
There was a good bit.
Yeah, they had focused on like G-Eazy for like 3 minutes, and I was like, okay, this is just rubbing me the wrong way.
So what have the Falcons done? Terrell and Davidson, and that's it?
I believe so.
Then they obviously acquired Todd Gurley as well.
Yeah.
Seahawks, man, what are they going to do? Offensive lineman?
Somebody we've never heard of, presumably.
I'm gonna guess offensive lineman because I'm just shocked. They never have great picks in the first round, and they never take offensive linemen. Russell Wilson never has a good offensive line, and then they go 10-6 or 11-5, and come in first or second in their division every year. It's just like
Ben Baldwin starts writing a Pete Carroll hit piece that probably annually just runs on the Athletic or whatever.
it's crazy how much hate Pete Carroll gets, and continuously is just in the playoffs and was in back-to-back Super Bowls. But I guess that was just apparently all Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he ever did anything in the college ranks either. No accomplishments whatsoever to speak of. But Darrell Taylor from Tennessee. Darrell
Taylor, Peter Schrager mocked him there in the first round.
Oh, yeah, I saw you. There was a little booty chatter about that on Twitter after Schragbomb did that.
Yeah, that's a very Seahawks pick. So Isaiah Wilson, a.k.a. Thanos with the deepest voice on earth, if you ever heard him talk at the Combine, he talks literally so deep. And it's not fake or anything. He's just a monster. And Darrell Taylor's about 6'4"-ish, maybe a little under, about 260, was stunning him, setting the edge and shocking this mountain of a man who demolished so many people back. And that was a game that really caught my eye. And then Taylor also at the Senior Bowl was doing cartwheels into backflips into whatever. I don't even know what the hell those things are called, turnpikes or something, pikes. And I was like, wow, what is going on? He did a full gymnastics routine at the Senior Bowl. And I was like, whoa.
Steelers pick is in. Quarterback? ?
Jalen Hurts? ? Jake Fromm for me feels too much like
A Steeler?
Rudolph. No, it feels too much like Rudolph and Duck Hodges. So I don't want him to go there.
Yeah.
But Jalen Hurts I could see. Whose house is celebrating right now? Oh, Antoine Winfield.
Apparently his father picked off Tom Brady in 2001.
Antoine Winfield Sr., I guess, was, yes, absolute stud. But one of the hardest hitting small cornerbacks of our lifetime. And his son is just a hair bigger and also thumps people. So it's in the blood, baby.
Chase Claypool to the Steelers.
Interesting.
I don't know, Jim.
That's fine. I prefer that they didn't take Mims or a different traditional.
Just signed Eric Ebron. Already have Vance McDonald, wide receiver group.
Vance McDonald is one of the most overrated players in the NFL, don't I?
I agree, but he's just a generic white tight end that's going to get you 400 yards and 3 touchdowns, which is fine, considering especially that you already have Eric Ebron.
Absolutely.
Wide receiver group, pretty good.
Yes, pretty. Deontay Johnson, I'm pretty big on. James Washington is definitely a fine wide receiver 3 or 4, worst case. You can roll Juju out in the slot, and then Claypool, big boundary guy. I just never saw that play speed from that 40.
Is he going to be your wide receiver 1 ever?
Juju?
No, Claypool.
Everyone loves to say that he's like Darren Waller or something, but Darren Waller is...
Yeah, that's a tight end.
It's sure.
It's a slot, a big slot receiver, I guess.
Sure, and Waller can do a little blocking. Claypool definitely can block a little bit as well, but I don't love guys who can't separate, and just because a tight end or whoever is, there's tight ends that run a 4.7 and separate still, have a knack for getting open, and I don't see that from Claypool, but athletic freak, pretty good paws, tough to bring down, all those classic things of a big, strong guy, and tough Notre Dame blocker, same stuff as Boykin. I prefer Boykin personally.
Great name, Chase Claypool.
Yeah, just a big old muddy pool of clay.
And he's just chasing it, man.
Getting in there. Laps, baby.
He won't get to get what he's after.
So one of my favorite players in the draft, still AJ Epinesa on the board. A lot of, I considered him a first-round talent. I guess NFL front offices do not. A lot of people were really getting on his case after the Combine. But I know that you're getting a 5 to 8 year starter in him. In Epinesa. If you draft Epinesa, you're getting a 5 to 8 year starter and a guy that can consistently turn out 6, 7, 8, 9 sacks.
Okay. I like that.
That would be a sweet, sweet pick paired with an offensive lineman or a receiver. Do you want the Ravens to draft another inside linebacker type in this draft?
No.
What about a Bond or an Uche?
Sure.
Indifferent.
Yeah, I feel like you made your investment at linebacker. I feel like just looking at the defense, I feel like you're set enough to the point where pretty much all you have to do is at this point is get depth pieces, right? It feels like Bowser is kind of fine at outside linebacker. You got some of these other guys. LJ Ford's still good at inside linebacker, in my opinion. He's going to be, in there next to Queen.
Right.
So you have some of these guys still kind of in the mix, and maybe you bring back up Pernell McPhee. Did he sign anywhere?
No, I don't believe so. I think they're going to wait till after the draft, see if they want him probably.
Right. Maybe you just bring him back. Like, I don't necessarily feel the need to do so, especially with the way that they've emphasized going secondary first and building it outside in, which worked for them pretty well last year. I feel like you took your swing already in the front seven. It was a good one to make. You needed to make an addition, and to get a guy like he did where the value lined up was perfect, but no need to overdo it. I just think that they're further away on offense right now, which sounds weird to say because they were so good on offense last year, but you lose Yondo, which is huge. And then you kind of really didn't have a ton at wide receiver last year. It was a little bit of smoke and mirrors, if we're being honest. Hollywood was great when he was on the field, but injury issues, obviously. Snead is fine. Boykin's developing. Nothing after that. Literally nothing. I mean, you lost Seth Roberts, who actually did make a couple of plays during the year, no matter how much people want to unjustly blame that entire playoff loss on him. He's gone now too. So you gotta pass catcher. We got to address it.
Got to address it. Josh Jones, the tackle out of Houston, still on the board.
Yep.
Guy who was really impressive at the Senior Bowl. I know he's PFF's highest graded, I think, offensive lineman in the country. Definitely offensive tackle. Not sure if he was both. But didn't watch a ton of tape on him. Did watch a lot of the one-on-ones he did at the Senior Bowl. Looked to be in pretty good shape. I know that just from what I've read, again, I haven't watched the tape much, but had some good games against good competition and is very, very consistent. Not a lot of bad reps. And, I mean, someone tweeted at me and asked, can Josh Jones play guard? Haven't watched his tape, as I said, but I think most tackles can play guard relatively okay. And maybe that's a surprise pick and a value pick. But, they don't have a third tackle right now. Our boy Pat McCarry did play tackle in college, but definitely feels like more of an inside player. Interior player.
He's not an NFL tackle to me.
Right. Can play there, but that's not what you want happening. So get out ahead of that and make sure you've got Josh Jones, who I think might have been a converted tight end. So some movement skill and can do some things in space. From what I understand, it might be incorrect there. I know Ezra Cleveland as well set combine records for his size and for his position. So a couple offensive linemen there. Maybe he can kick inside. Who knows?
Ryan Pace is a good-looking man.
He is, and interesting drafter as well. So,
sure, I think he's done a decent job. He gets killed because of Trubisky, but outside of that, he's done good.
I don't. You can't put all of Trubisky on him. I mean, Matt Nagy comes from Kansas City, and he's supposed to be like the next Andy Reid, the disciple, the guy with the interesting playbook. And Trubisky had one really good year where 2018 for him was good. And Bears fans, Big Cat, obviously, so confident. Had good feeling about him, and then last year was just an absolute shit show. So
they should have won that double doink game too. I mean, he drove them down the field
twice in that game, and then Cody Parkey, and then the way they handled that was so despicable. The way that they treated Cody Parkey. I mean, that's why in the end, I think this is blasphemy for Ravens fans that have had Stover and Tucker, but Cundiff was incredible for one season.
He was good for a little while, yeah.
But it's just one of the most ironic things that exists in the major American sports, football, basketball, baseball, throw soccer in there even if you want, hockey, whatever, is that these gigantic gladiator, warrior type, whatever you want to call them, are decided on by such a different skill set in kicks at the end of games so often. It's just such a weird mix of such an important factor in a completely one-dimensional skill set. Like pitchers might be a little bit different from the rest of baseball players, but they're all throwing the damn baseball at the end of the day.
I love the kicking game. I just think it's just such a unique wrinkle where it's kind of like, I don't know, maybe it's hard to describe. Maybe it's a thing where you just look at a kicker and it's like pretty much anyone could go out there and do that. If you are semi-athletic and you have a strong leg, you can go and do that, and you can be a part of deciding football games. It's kind of funny, a little romantic, to be honest. And maybe mindset. Oh, well, mindset definitely is a big part of it. And it feels like in Tucker, they found a guy who is just very much a part of the team at all times. And it's just one of the guys. So
yeah,
cool kickers is what I'm saying here.
The Ravens franchise has definitely benefited more often than not, with the one not really just being the Cundiff wide left. And I don't even blame that on him, like not having the ability. 100% Harbaugh should have called a timeout there. 100,000%. Even take the delay a game.
Coach also had the laces very much in.
It was everything was rushed. It was a rush snap, and so that's going to put make it a lower percentage that things go right. And timeout, delay a game, all that stuff would have been A-okay.
Who's there?
Francesco bringing me a charger.
Tell her I say hi.
Jake says hello. Next to the fireplace. She said hello as well. And Jace Prescott, Dak's father, passed away?
Yeah, I guess so, dude. I mean, it feels like all these guys, like...
I think he just passed away. It said 2020.
Yeah, it literally feels like all these guys have lost someone in 2020. His mother also passed away a couple years ago. So prayers up for Dak.
I know he has older brothers that he's very close with. So hopefully they're all doing well. I'm a big Dak Prescott guy.
As am I.
I had no clue he was going to be such a competent passer coming into the NFL, but at Mississippi State.
He was getting compared to Tebow after that first year that he had, and then he really ramped it up in that second.
That was my comparison just coming out of college, and I will forever argue, like I guess probably Skip Baylesses of the world or whoever, that Tebow was not as bad as he is made out to be. But yeah, that was my comparison for Dak coming out of college. I was like, yeah, I could see he's got the big body ability and smart with the ball relatively, doesn't turn the ball over a ton, maybe a little limited as a passer, but holy crap, now unbelievable passer, unbelievably efficient, great accuracy. I think underrated. I think one of the most underrated quarterbacks.
I think he's a dog.
Definitely.
Did you watch the Cowboys All or Nothing?
Have not.
It's good.
I bet All or Nothing is great.
It's turning into, I started the Panthers one and the Eagles one the last couple of years, and it feels like it's kind of turning into an infomercial for the franchise.
Really?
Which is, maybe I'm not being fair. Maybe I need to go through them again. And I've got plenty of time to do so, but it just felt a little infomercial-y.
I get what you're saying. Sometimes Hard Knocks feels that way too. It's just
Hard Knocks, definitely. That's where I kind of fell off the train this year. I started it up and I was like, all right, this is literally just a PR arm for Raiders training camp 2019.
Right. And then the ridiculousness of the Antonio Brown situation that ensued with that was like too much. Just too much.
They just refused to cover it.
I've got a guy in my mentions right now that is just going off about how shitty the Ravens receivers are. And I gave him the limelight and retweeted him so he'd stop tweeting at me, and now other people are going at me. He is just obsessed with how bad the Ravens receiving core is, apparently, which includes the NFL's second leading touchdown catcher of touchdowns, Mark Andrews, second in the NFL in touchdown receptions, on only 41% of snaps. Then we've got
JWC 292.
Oh yeah, shout out JWC 292. And then Marquise Brown with a screw in his foot, no training camp, led the NFL in slot touchdown catches for a wide receiver.
They spent it all on defense. Their choice. They have invested more in the offense in the last 2 years than they did in their first 18 years of the franchise.
Exactly. They've completely revamped the offense. Hurst, Powers, Jackson, Brown, Hill, Boykin, Bozeman, like so much, so much. I mean, it's
he's also great. he's been live tweeting the Trump press conferences. I love this guy.
Yeah, he's sick.
Oh man, love to see that.
I'm gonna be over the moon if AJ Epinesa is a Baltimore Raven in the second round and Patrick Queen. I'm not gonna lie.
They are 4 picks away. If the Cowboys didn't pick him, then they will be 3.
I am not scared to trade back right now. I'm not gonna lie. Like 10 picks to make it 60 and 65, and then get another pick to trade up from 92 and trade up a couple more times later. I'm absolutely on the horn Not see where have we had trades in the second round? I think the Dolphins traded up. I think who else traded up?
The Colts, I think.
Yes, they did for their
Jonathan Taylor.
Yes, which is going to be an unbelievable fantasy back in year one.
Running behind old Quentin.
Exactly.
Good pick.
Yep, they've been linked to him. Oh my God, Jerry's hammered. Look at him.
Oh, yeah, Trevor, I'm going to go ahead and place this call here to you. I mean, I apologize if I'm slurring my words a little bit. A couple of bottles of Johnny Walker Blue Deep here, but going to go ahead and get you in here, get that star on your helmet, slap it on your head, and you are going to be the next Dallas Cowboy, son. How you feel about that?
I'll tell you what, I'll send you a bottle of Johnny Walker, and it better be done by the time training camp starts, boy.
Tell you what, son, you're going to be getting plenty of bottles of Johnny Walker Blue, and you're going to be partying on the Jarrah bus with us tonight. Fuck social distancing.
Emery Hunt. Them 5G towers must have gotten Christian Fulton.
Actually. What's going on there? I feel like he's in play too, man, for the Ravens.
I could definitely see it. He's a bump and run corner.
That would be filthy.
Trevon Diggs from, Good Counsel?
Was he? Well, yeah, I guess that would make sense because
did they both go to Good Counsel? Trayvon might have gone to.
I think so. Yeah, they're both from like Silver Spring area, so it would line up.
Let's see. Avalon. He went to the Avalon school. Okay.
Yeah, my buddy's good friend actually played with Stefan in high school.
Yeah, he was very good. Very, very good.
Just a bit. And then Stefan's mom cornered Ozzy in an elevator and said, "Why didn't you draft my son?"
Hey, I remember Maryland coaches saying, because there's a lot of stories that come out of Good Counsel. A couple friends that went there, and they just treat football players like they would get in fights. They would disrespect women. I'm not saying Stefan did that necessarily, but I'm also not saying that he didn't. Would never get in trouble. So it gave them real bad complexes early on about acting that way and being that way. J.K. Dobbins, a pick that could piss off Ravens fans, but
the Eagles just drafted Jalen Hurts.
Oh, who did the Rams take?
I don't know. By the way, you just tweeted out the link to the actual conference room again.
What is? I don't. All right. Well, I'm not. I don't get.
So you go to YouTube and you grab it off of there. You know.
I just haven't been on.
People are jumping in now. I'm sorry, guys, but you're not actually going to be on the street.
I'm going to take that down.
This is kind of sick.
What
a professional operation we're running here.
Hey, we're getting it figured out. StreamYard. This is our third time on StreamYard.
Here is the link.
Yeah, put that puppy out there.
Can you see the little comment thing on the right?
Private chat.
I can just Slack it to you if you need.
Yeah, Slack it to me.
Okay.
Or just tweet it and I'll retweet it.
Slack it to me.
Or did you already tweet it?
I already tweeted it, yeah.
Okay, that's where I've gone wrong this whole time.
Here you go. Yeah, so if you go to YouTube and look up Baltimore Beatdown, it should be like one of the first things up. It'll say live.
Okay. Can you see how many we have on right now? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like we have a whopping 16 people tuned in. What up, y'all?
Boom.
Feel free to throw a comment down below.
What's
up, guys? Welcome to my YouTube page. I'm going to be a YouTuber now.
Hell yeah. Content creator.
Yeah.
Get it right.
So Eagles take Jalen Hurts. You have Buffalo, and then the Ravens are up after them.
Cam Akers to the Rams.
The Eagles take Jalen Hurts. Can we?
Because Carson Wentz is always hurt, and maybe they want to do some funky stuff with him. I don't know.
I guess they just extended him, though.
Yeah, well, maybe they want a nice, cheap quarterback in case that goes awry for a couple of games.
They should have drafted Lynn Bowden, and then you could use him at receiver, and then you've got an emergency quarterback.
Not bad, but definitely Jalen Hurts is, an actual quarterback.
Yes, I agree.
So Eagles fans are going to be fucking livid.
Yeah, you got to think Bob from down in Delco is going to be calling into the sports radio talk shows tomorrow. Why are we drafting that kid from Oklahoma? I could throw it better than him. Must be something in the Woodard up there where Howie Roseman is.
Dude, Howie needs to get fired.
Howie's got to get fired. Got to get him out of there. Doug Peterson.
Ruining my freaking team, man. We won a Super Bowl a couple of years ago, and what the hell's going on?
Yeah, I know.
Just kidding. Eagles are great. Eagles are in my wheelhouse of teams I enjoy.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that I just like the NFC East as a whole.
Yeah, I agree. Redskins fans kind of annoy me sometimes, but it's not that big a deal.
They're the most fair weather, like passive fan base that knows nothing generally from the people that I encounter. So they don't annoy me that much. They're just like very laissez-faire about it, and they just all hate Dan Snyder, which is always funny. And then you just feel bad for them. Like the kids who are our age, you just feel bad.
I do know some hardcores, and I definitely feel bad for them.
Right. I mean, they had to take seats out of their stadium so they wouldn't get blacked out of TV.
It's a tough scene.
It's a dog eat dog.
They did replace it with a very cool multicolored
panels, I guess you call them.
Yeah, boxes.
Filler.
Oh, look what's going on down here. Did you send MD Law So Hard a link?
No.
I think he must have clicked on it because it looked like he is trying to jump in.
Oh, that's our boy.
It looks like he doesn't actually exist, though. He's just a black screen.
Classic.
Come on, smarter than that.
What? How hammered are you right now?
Pretty drunk. Drinking the Flying Dog Thunder Peel. It's a pretty good one.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Sounds fancy.
Yes.
Fancy boy.
I am curious. So my bookie had from plus 1,000. Oh yeah, plus 1,000 is the next quarterback coming off the board. So Hurts just came off, so I lost that. But plus 1,000, I put 25 down. Like you had to take that.
On
For
Hurts?
10 times odds. It was plus 1,000. All the other ones were like plus 100. Even though like obviously from was least likely, but I could
one of those
ads or something.
Give us some more props right now.
This is going to be the gambling segment of the show.
I had to check what the latest ones were, but like they had like next running back coming off, they had next edge rusher, a little bit of everything. Some of them were really high. Like they were all over the place because no one knows what the fuck's going on in this draft.
Who's your boy Eric going to pick here after the Bills pick?
I mean, I would be cool with AJ or Mims. I didn't think either would be there at 55.
Dude, that's crazy.
Mims might get the Bills, honestly.
I mean, they might get both. They could get 55 and at 60.
That's what I'm saying. They would end up with basically 3 first-round picks to
just trade up to Miami and just pick back to back.
Boom.
Take no risk.
Yeah, I would give up probably, I guess, our fifth round pick to move up to 56.
Watch them take Dobbins.
That'll be sick.
It's just gonna, I don't know. I had to get off of Twitter because Ravens Twitter was really pissing me off.
Oh, Ravens Twitter was pissing you off? That's hard to believe.
Oh man, it was so bad. Well, like the world was fucking ending when a couple of receivers went off the board.
You kind of you got to mute the term wide receiver on like draft night if you're a Ravens fan.
I had to mute Chibbs too, and then the sponsors.
He was tipping picks way too early. I usually like Chibbs, but that was a little stinky.
I've had him muted for about a year.
Expose him.
I got in a Discord like the year we drafted Humphrey, and I leaked like 3 minutes before because I got it from my sports.
This is also like
somebody
trolling days. I feel like 27.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
And that was like when everyone hated the Humphrey pick, dude. I definitely. Oh my god. They were just like, yeah, I wasn't a fan.
AJ Epinesa off the board. Shit.
To the Bills.
Yes, he's going to be amazing there. Oh my God, they run the perfect 4-man front.
That defense is fucking stacked.
You think like maybe go Mims and then Cushenberry here?
I think they're going to take Dobbins and Mims.
You're really on that Dobbins train.
I like Dobbins. Dobbins led all of college football in 15-plus yard runs.
Do you think
I was
he's going to have to follow
What?
J.K. Simmons, which is not easy to do.
Very true.
I was pissed that the Chiefs took CAEH because he's going to just flourish in that system.
Especially because he was awesome as a shotgun back, and the Ravens exclusively run shotgun and pistol. So if they were to take one, that would be a really good fit.
Sucks like Joe Brady went to Carolina and not Kansas City.
All right, from this point forward, every time you hear Jalen Hurts squat, power squat referenced, drink.
Is that what they're saying?
Yes, on my screen at least.
You know, So Hard's TV is just like piping into the chat as well too. So.
Oh shit, my bad, guys.
No, you're good, man. You can leave it up. I don't care.
So the Ravens in real time should be picking right now, probably.
You got to think. It's if they're gonna pick, they might have even already made it.
Denzel Mims, feel like is it's either Mims or Dobbins. Has to be.
Bond's still there.
Bond would be fine, but they just love the Bowsers and the Correas and the tweener edge. And it feels like learn your lesson a little bit, but I think Bond gets a little too much shit. Definitely a little too much shit.
I'm saying like if they go wide receiver or whatever it is here, and then you go Bond, maybe it's 60. How do you feel about that?
Fine. I'm fine with that.
If he falls.
Especially because Bond, you talk about like people like to make fun of Correa for like the Ravens trying to put him at inside linebacker. Correa was like a lethargic, heavy-footed plotter, and Bond actually dropped into coverage like 200 times this year. Wisconsin, because we talked to Chris Orr. What did Chris Orr say? Wisconsin and Baltimore run a very similar defense.
Yeah, Jimmy Leonard just
exactly. Well, he comes from the Rex Ryan, and then I'm pretty sure he coached under Rex Ryan for a little, and then went to Buffalo. AJ Epinez's picture looks really stupid. Looks stoned out of his mind too. The one that I have.
Laramie Tunsil situation, perhaps.
Well, hey, it's legal now, but
not uniformly.
Really?
Well, like for the NFL, I guess it is now. I guess.
Yeah. But
if he just got popped for possession tonight, how bad would you feel?
Depends on where he is.
That's a good point.
Depends on where he is. I guess he's in good old Iowa. I think he's from Iowa. Ravens on the clock, so we'll see.
Clay Donnelly is saying Bowie. The U-Canes is saying Dobbins.
What is Bowie?
I don't know. Maybe he's in Bowie.
No, Clay is not in Bowie. He would never go there.
Clay Donnelly, not Sowers.
Yeah. I have two friends named Clay, and that is one of them.
Get your fucking Clays in order.
Well, one's with a K, one's with a C.
Yep.
And they both think that the other one is an idiot for spelling it with the other letter.
I met the one with the C at the tailgate, I believe. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Nice guy.
So anyway, but Bond, I think, much more versatile than given credit for.
Is in. Pick is in.
What else? I guess Cushenberry is an option. Cleveland, maybe. People have talked about moving him to guard, but I'm going to go Dobbins or Mims.
I'm going to go Mims.
I'm with it. I'm going.
It's going to be Christian Fulton.
I'm going Dobbins. And they can still get Mims, which would be insane.
They could.
Give it to me. I might have to cheat and look on Twitter.
Don't.
I might have to.
Don't look at these. I have these blue eyes, these beautiful eyes for a reason. It is annoying that they just can't get the fucking broadcast out of the way and like just do all this shit and like not have all these bells and whistles that just take forever. And then when you get up to the next pick, it's like well placed by that point.
So if it's Mims, people are happy. If it's Dobbins, I think people are going to flip out.
Some people are. Some people were on the running back train.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily on the running back train, but someone said earlier, it's just so classic that we're going to bitch about it and then love it in October.
A tradition unlike any other.
Right. And Dobbins, definitely a good receiver, definitely super duper awesome in pass pro. Mims. I mean, either way, you're going to get a really solid blocker. Both of those guys, if those are the picks. Feels like going that direction. I don't love any of the interior offensive lineman guys here, so we shall see.
Well, somebody spoiled it in the chat.
Dobbins, there we go. Like I said, led the NCAA. I believe the NCAA might just been the FBS, but in explosive runs of 15-plus yards. Crazy skill through contact. Definitely a capable receiver. I think he was 5th on PFF's big board. I just have him lumped in there with – I had Clyde Edwards-Helaire 1 and then lumped in. The rest are just all fine, all good backs. Yeah, Ohio State, not a huge pipeline of Ravens draft picks. Might be the highest ever Ohio State Raven taken.
John Simon, I think, was the last big one in round 4.
Yes. So the Ravens get a running back, and
it's a long-term pick.
Definitely a long-term pick. I mean, forced, let's see here, 73 tackles, missed tackles, 1,208 yards after contact. Good in the Ohio State runs gap and zone concepts, so makes sense there. Very elusive. In space, like not in space, but elusive off the first couple.
You want to do this as a podcast?
Yeah, we can do it as a podcast.
Cool. All right.
And then I guess we'll get the next pick unless they trade out.
Yeah, we'll just do like mini pods. That's kind of what Kyle was suggesting.
Yep.
All right. Welcome on back to another edition of the Baltimore Beatdown podcast. It is Saturday night. Saturdays are for the boys. Everybody knows that. April 24th. My name is Jake Luke. I'm joined by Spencer Nathaniel Schultz, and we are here with a little mini pod for you to break down the Baltimore Ravens' newest draft pick, J.K. Dobbins, running back out of Ohio State at 55 overall.
J.K. Dobbins is a versatile running back. He is experienced in gap, power, pulling guards. That's what that means, versus zone, which is where no one pulls. The line steps in sync, moving in one direction. Adept in pass pro, actually a bone crusher in pass pro, definitely a downhill back. Wouldn't say he's, terribly dissimilar from Mark Ingram, but a guy who's been, all first team All-America, All Big Ten, second team All Big Ten, conference player of the week as a freshman. I think he set records for most rushing yards in a season at Ohio State, and as well as most freshman rushing yards. Kid's from Texas, so take that as you will. I think he had an injury as well in high school his senior year. But, yeah, I was not on board, and I'm not necessarily on board with taking a running back, especially this high. But like we just said before we started recording, we're going to bitch about it now and love it in October when the kid is making moves.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I'll be honest, I haven't watched a ton of tape on him. I did see him a lot on TV, obviously, because you've got a lot of Ohio State on TV on Saturdays. So I liked what I saw from him. I think he was, like you said, kind of that bone crusher type of guy. Very productive. I like it from that sense. Like I said, feels like a very future move. Mark Ingram is still going to be productive this year. Maybe they try to get out of his contract, even though it's not that hefty next year. But little weird considering Justice Hill in the picture for the long term. Gus Edwards, maybe not long for this team. Maybe they even move him this offseason. Who knows? But ultimately, I'd say I like it, but I'm not over the moon or anything about it.
Yeah, so I'm calculating his touches right now, and it's not looking good.
Okay.
So according to my math, 797 career touches. I know that the only Pro Bowl running back, and say what you want about the Pro Bowl, but the only Pro Bowl running back since 2005, I want to say it was, that came out of college with over 750 career touches was actually Ray Rice. So, gives us a little warmth in that, but not a good sign as far as guys staying durable. I know he sustained a major injury, but he's also not going to have to carry the load. And I don't think he's going to take a beating early. Has that kind of pedigree of being a beast. Jacalyn, his first name, just learned that. Thanks, ESPN. Jacalyn Dobbs. But yeah, so
is it safe to assume not named after J.K. Simmons?
We'll see.
5, 6, 7. Bite my tempo. It's all good. No worries. Here we go. 5, 6, 7. You're rushing. Here we go. Ready? Okay.
Am I rushing or am I whatever the other word is?
Dragging.
Dragging just a hair. Wait for my cue. 5, 6, 7. Rushing. 5, 6, 10. Dragging. 5, 6, 10. Why do you suppose I just hurled a chair at your head, Neiman?
So is he rushing or is he dragging?
He's rushing, man.
I agree.
He's toting the rock.
So what is his projection for this season, production-wise? He's a second-round pick. He's presumably going to be getting a lot of touches. What do we think?
I'll go. What did Justice Hill have? Maybe 40 touches this past year. Let's look at Justice Hill's.
I think a little more than that, right?
I don't think he touched the ball that much.
I thought it was around 50 or 60.
Well, that's 58. Okay. And then 8 receptions. So 66 touches. Definitely Dobbins let's look at it this way. He's probably a Gus Edwards plus as a more capable.
So you're saying he's a plus Gus.
Plus Gus. So we got the Gus bus plus Gus. Going to be a north-south runner, going to fit the read option stuff, but not be limited to that. Gus, a lot of success does come from the read option. I think that is a little hyperbole that he only does that. I'm a little disappointed. I'm not on team running back this early. But then, you're going to go on Twitter and you're going to see every single person saying amazing pick that is not a Baltimore Ravens fan. Amazing pick, great fit, makes sense, going to do well there. And the one aspect that you like about it is you don't want Lamar Jackson running the ball. You want him to constantly every year take less carries and less hits, especially throughout that, rookie contract. I guess people might want to say like, oh, run him to death. No, don't do that during his rookie contract. Let's have a quarterback for a long time. And the guy's a capable passer, but we'll help more in the passing game than a Gus Edwards. Will be more adept between the tackles and a Justice Hill. So it's kind of like, the best of both worlds. It's consolidating Justice Hill and Gus Edwards, while Dobbins isn't probably as dead fast as J.K. Dobbins, maybe. We don't know what his 40 was. He didn't run, but I know he was like a very high caliber track athlete in high school. So can open up, led the FBS in 15-plus yard runs, explosive runs, big runs, move the chains, flip the field, all that good stuff. So I'm sure
a lot of my happiness with this pick depends on what happens up at 60 here.
Correct. Very much so. So we're sit and wait.
You took this player as the best player available. I understand that, but you have some needs you still need to address, and running back was not one of them. So you gotta do something here at 60.
Well. Let's go ahead and what is Eric DeCosta going to say? Is he going to say we draft for need? No, he's not going to say that.
No, we draft the best player available, and we bring him in, and we say, do you want to be a cop, or do you want to pretend to be a cop?
Are you Matt Damon or fucking Leo? Pick one.
Got to pick. But yeah, great player. I don't know if I love the idea of a running back within the first 2 rounds. I think he is going to make a shitload of plays for the Ravens and be very good in the long run. I don't know if he was really needed for 2020, but I will say we're always trumping up the value of not thinking, let's push all our chips into the table for this year. So if we're going to sit here and say, oh, well, they had more needs if they want to make a Super Bowl run this year. Yeah, they do. But I think part of getting to a Super Bowl is not thinking that way.
Right. And so we've got some comments coming in. MD Law So Hard. Just realized that Jake is the Rock circa 1999. No shit, dude.
Somebody points it out. Like, what do we do?
No shit, dude. I didn't think it needed to be said. So sorry for not giving you your acclaim. Okay. But S Freedom 99, you guys really trust Ingram? I mean,
yeah, I think
not past this year. No, definitely not. The Ravens don't want Ingram past this year. He's cut after this year. Maybe he goes and retires, and
I think we'll have another good year this year. He's not going to be here long term. You drafted Justice Hill for a reason. He's going to be a pass catcher, and then Dobbins can take over the Ingram role after 2020.
Right.
It's a good pick. It's not what I was expecting, but yeah, I don't know where. Are you talking to people inside that building?
What?
Because you just out of nowhere started hammering that Dobbins button.
It's the classic shit that pisses you off as a Ravens fan, and then we later are like, this is why Eric DeCosta gets paid a lot of money, and we don't.
Speak for yourself.
Well, okay.
I didn't get this gold chain with nothing.
That's true. So let's see. At Nike, so you can take these with a grain of salt because they change, and Jalen Reagor and other guys ran faster, slower. Brian Edwards, whatever. But at the opening, which is that huge 4-star, 5-star recruit, junior, senior class, high school guys, he ran a 4.45 40, a 4.09 short shuttle, and had a 43-inch vertical in high school.
That's pretty sick.
That is pretty sick. PFF has his player comparison as Ryan Matthews. I don't love that. I think that he has a lot more lateral ability, especially early on.
He kind of has Zeke vibes, just watching some of those highlights.
Right. And I don't know a ton. So let's see. Featured in Ohio State's passing game. Let me see his receptions. I know that he definitely is a plus receiver, and I know that he's a plus in pass pro. And I would imagine that's why the Ravens are comfortable taking him. So we go ahead and see him at 71 career receptions, 22, 26, and 23 receptions yearly. That's a lot for a college running back. That shows that he's confident in the passing game. I also see here lined up at a position other than running back on 10% of total snaps. That's encouraging. 43 career touchdowns. It doesn't matter though. Kenneth Dixon had freaking 80 touchdowns in college.
Did Jake Fromm grow his hair out?
He can't get it cut.
Yeah, good point.
And like father, like son says, wish we would have went Mims or Van Jefferson.
Still have a chance to. I think Van Jefferson could slide into the third round. Mims going to be in play for the 16th pick if he falls. So you still have a shot at getting a good receiver. So that's why I'm not kind of losing my mind. Still need to address offensive line, I believe. But like I said, drafting for need gets you in trouble sometimes.
Absolutely. And maybe this ends up just being the separation of us not realizing as, not members of the Baltimore Ravens organization, how they feel about Gus Edwards, how they feel about Justice Hill. That maybe they're, just role players, they're limited guys. And now J.K. Dobbins is a workhorse, a guy that they put a second-round pick on. But this is what pisses me off. Hayden Hurst is traded, a reliable pass catcher, a guy that showed explosion, that was a good insurance policy to Mark Andrews, traded for the 55th pick, turned into a running back. Don't see that being a gain. Don't see that being a move that is...
I don't think they look at it, though, as, okay, we're going to trade this guy, and then with the pick that we acquire, we're going to just go ahead and pour it back into that same field. You know what I mean? So like Hayden Hurst, pass catching, they're not automatically going to say, all right, well, we got rid of a pass catcher, so now we got to go get a pass catcher. You know what I mean? Like that's a little nonsense.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying positional value and overall like WAR and just I don't care. I don't care if I would rather get a corner. I would rather get a corner. I'd rather get a tackle. I'd rather get an edge rusher. I'd rather get a wide receiver. I'd rather get
just a more valuable position than
running. So Van Jefferson off the board. That pisses me off.
To the Vikings?
No, to the Rams.
I thought they picked Cam Akers.
They just picked again. They just picked again. They must have traded.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the broadcast.
Now the Vikings are on the clock. So you missed both of the Rams picks for some reason.
I saw Cam Akers. I thought maybe they didn't even pick him.
But anyway, yeah, so Rams, Van Jefferson, amazing route runner, going to fit in really well there, separate, be awesome in Sean McVay's offense. So I guess we're just not valuing what the Ravens want to do on offense. I
want to be clear. Like, I do like this pick. I think it fits stylistically with what they want to do. I think he's going to be a beast in Roman's offense. If not this year, then very soon after. And great player. Like I said, I don't love it, but I like it.
I don't love it, and I'm gonna love it later. I'm just salty right now, and
Right,
I think a lot of Ravens fans are gonna be salty, and I think you have every right to, just because some don't. Like I said, we definitely don't know how they think of Gus Edwards, how they think of Justice Hill. Gus Edwards got a low round tender. No one signed him. He didn't get an offer sheet, so no one in the NFL gives a shit. He, I guess, is just in the perfect situation in the read option offense where he gets to go straight downhill. And J.K. Dobbins is going to be able to do more than just that. Mark Ingram got hurt. The Ravens offense suffered. There's a lot of ways to look at it. The Ravens want to run the football. They just set the NFL record for rushing yards.
Here's a positive way I look at it is this guy is going to be at least a 1,200-yard rusher and 10 touchdown haver within one season, in my opinion.
But how many guys could get that?
Yeah, I agree.
Could Gus Edwards get that?
Maybe.
On a full workload? I mean, he's I think third in the NFL in yards per carry over the last 2 years.
Yeah, just the natural talent is what I'm thinking. And I also, like you mentioned, plus in the passing game potentially. So I like that. So you have a guy who's going to be one of those dudes for you on offense and one of those dudes for you on defense literally right away with your first 2 picks. So from that sense, I like it.
So then, the roster is expanded to 55, but it's like 53 during the week, and then you pull one of. I don't fully understand that. Justice Hill, an okay returner, not a great returner. The question? I think we got the question. Like father, like son asked us at 9:04. Who's the odd guy out at running back? I don't know if there has to be an odd guy out.
You could go with 4, and then Ingram is gone after this year, and you'd have 3.
But if there's an odd guy out, who is it? It's not Ingram.
No, it's Gus.
Obviously not. It's obviously not Dobbins.
It's Gus, I think.
I guess so, because Hill is dynamic-ish as a pass catcher. It just sucks. I just love Gus Edwards. It's a little bias, as well as me just being really appreciative of the things he can do in short yardage situation, of the amount of times he doesn't get let. He was 88.3% of his runs in 2019 were at least to the line of scrimmage or positive. Were positive. So that was the number 1 mark in the NFL. He is going to be able to go get first downs in short yardage situations, do all that stuff. And you just have a complete running back room between the 3, but it kind of limits you in play calling depending on personnel. If Mark Ingram's not on the field, I think it kind of tips your hat into maybe what kind of play is coming, what kind of scheme is about to be used in a rushing play, tendencies like that. Whereas Dobbins is basically going to take the reins from Ingram. And that's what it is.
I think he's going to have some production this year. I'm calling it.
Definitely.
Harbaugh doesn't love to play rookies. I'll say that, but I feel like he's going to have to in this one.
Rookie running, I think he's fine with rookie running backs.
Mark Ingram is a 30-year-old running back who's been around for a sneaky long time, and he just had a pretty much his peak year potentially.
Maybe Mark Ingram is. His injury was a high ankle sprain and looked pretty swollen. And again, this comes back to my ankle sprain. And I'm not a professional athlete, and I didn't rehab it, and I didn't have surgery on or any of that, but I still feel it.
Yeah, that's what we get for going into the Charles, to be honest. Just like frat bros with dad hats on backwards, just bouncing you around, and you just fall down and ankle kaput.
So I still feel it, and I'm not even 30 yet. I'm going on 27, but it sucks a little bit. I still feel it. I feel it every single day. And I, couldn't walk for a while. I'm sure Mark Ingram was in a shitty situation, tried to go run it. That whole Titans debacle of him with a heating pad on the sideline, just sit him. Sit him. He couldn't do anything. And
they tried to force it a little bit, and that ultimately is one of the reasons that screwed them in that playoff game. Just having that depth behind him really does help. I'm pretty sure the Jets are going to take Mims here, and then the Ravens will be up after that.
Jets, Mims, Ravens, Brian. So Eric DaCosta told us we like the day 2 and day 3 guys. We are not even halfway through day 2. And how many? It's a calf strain. As Freedom's right, it was a calf strain, not a sprained ankle. And he said, that's a good point. Kevin Durant had a calf strain. And he's 30 years old. That's a significant injury. And at this point, Eric DaCosta said we like the day 2 and day 3 receivers. So moving forward, receivers, you think they're going to add one: Devin Duvernay, Tyler Johnson, Lynn Bowden, Antonio Gibson, who I think you can say he's a running back or something. He's a slot receiver to me. He only ran power concepts. I think he can come take carries now, do stuff. Bowden, I was shocked. So I was ignorant. I tweeted this out pretty much word for word. I was ignorant to Lynn Bowden's film in 2018 when he was not doing Wildcat quarterback and not playing quarterback. A lot better route runner than I realized until a couple weeks before the draft. A lot just generally more advanced as a receiver. And I know our boy Connor Rogers had him as a top 50 player in this class. He had him at receiver 6 or 7. And we love Connor. So Bowden, special in space, special returner. I think he averaged 22 yards per punt return. Insane number there. And college numbers don't always translate, but SEC is pretty much the NFL. So I kind of like those numbers.
Cool. Well, are we through with the Dobbins analysis then?
Yeah, we're done with J.K. Dobbins, with Ja'Kalen Dobbins. We're going to look back. Like you said, Jake, he's going to have 1,200 yards. Probably, if not, this year, let's say, I'm going to make a prediction. I'll say 120 touches total for 610 yards. That includes receptions and 5 touchdowns as a rookie, and then goes on to be 1,000.
Sprinkle some receiving in there too. I think he's going to get involved.
Yep, definitely.
Hill kind of was supposed to last year and he didn't. I think this guy definitely is.
Hill took a lot of snaps out wide.
I mean, just in the screen game, just manufacturing touches.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I guess that wraps up the podcast. So I'm going to go ahead and cut that. And yeah, really appreciate you guys listening. We are
going to keep going streaming and then another episode. So we're not going.
Yeah, I'm going to put this out right away. So yep. Thank you guys for listening and stay tuned for our pick 60 analysis.
So now we're back to streaming, and what are we going to do here? Let's see. J.K. Dobbins, early comments. It's amazing. I'm going to go play with the MVP of the NFL. I'm sure that's all the things that everybody wants to come and play with Lamar. That classic narrative that receivers don't want to come play with Lamar, yada, yada, yada. But I'm curious to see what the Ravens are going to do here. I mean, Donovan Peoples-Jones, guy that we've spent a lot of time talking about. We'll see.
Yeah, he's in the mix. Tyler Johnson probably for a couple rounds from now in the mix. Edwards, you mentioned, he's an athletic freak. I kind of like him.
So we got the Jets taking Mims.
Yep.
And so you guys are all saying, so people are like, fuck the Jets, yada, yada, yada. The Ravens could have taken Mims and they didn't want him. So
yeah, exactly. I don't tell you all you need to know about.
And this is fitting, what I did in my final receiver rankings, that if it weren't for the Senior Bowl, Mims still wouldn't have gone this high in this class. He still would not have gone as high as he just went at 59 overall if it wasn't for the Senior Bowl. Inconsistent, a lot of lazy route running, all that stuff. You can blame that on coaching. You can blame that on the offense. You can blame that on the quarterback as well, equally. But the Ravens had a chance to take him and didn't. So,
we don't have to trash on him just because they didn't want him. Maybe they didn't see him as a fit. Could be any number of things, but ultimately,
I'm just saying it doesn't quite the logic there of there's a lot of screw the Jets. I see it, and it's not screw the Jets. Ravens had the chance to take him and they did. So
yeah, exactly. So I get accused of maybe being a little too fall in line with what the front office is doing, but I think it's been proven that believing in what they're doing and what the plan that they have is ultimately pays off in the long run. So that's where I'm at.
Absolutely. That just gonna keep saying, and we're gonna sound like little Radiohead bitch boys, whatever you want to say, but there's a reason that Eric DaCosta, it was groomed for 5 years, didn't take offers elsewhere, got a ton of offers to be the Ravens general manager. The Ravens have a great scouting department. They're in sync. They're in lockstep with the coaching staff, with everything, and they wanted a 4-down running back
to the Patriots.
I'm sorry?
The Ravens traded out to the Patriots.
So they don't like where they're at?
Guess not.
What was the details of the trade?
I don't know yet. It's just on the TV. Let me.
Patriots picks. If someone has it in front of them, feel free to put it in the comments for us.
Yeah, watching Mims, he kind of does remind me of Boykin a little bit.
Yes, very similar to Boykin.
More
Absolutely.
aggressive, I think, but
also drops the ball more and not as consistent. Maybe flash separating a little bit more.
Right.
A little bit more special body control, I'd say, but we'll see. I also don't quite see that 4.39. You can see it right there. That was toward the end of the game. The 4.39 didn't quite show up on tape, but the 3-cone shows up. He had like a 6.66 3-cone. Shows up when he has the ball in his hands. Very shifty with the ball in his hands, especially at his size.
Sure.
So the Ravens didn't make a trade with the Patriots in any format until Illuminor.
That's kind of wild.
And now made a few deals with the Patriots. I believe they swapped picks in the draft last year. I might be mistaken as well. I think they did business last year during the draft.
They
I can't
might,
remember.
yeah.
Can't recall.
I think signed there. He wasn't actually a trade.
Give me Jake Fromm to make this better.
To New England?
Yes.
Yeah.
Give it to me.
That'll be sick.
See, I'm coming on and I'm seeing it. Our boy Walt, who just picked up his own podcast. Shout out to him. But he's saying Ravens wanted Mims bad, but clearly they didn't want Mims, or they take him at 55. He was there for the taking.
Yeah, that's a tacit acknowledgement that they really didn't.
Right.
With the 60th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select
Josh Uche to New England.
Wow, a guy that I thought would be a Raven too.
Interesting. Well, they could have taken him.
Yep. Well, folks, looks like we're going to be here for a while. What did the Patriots had? What, pick 87?
Yeah. I mean, they were. I hope they got a good pick out of that if they drop that far. Ravens trade pick 60, pick 129. Patriots trade pick 71, pick 98.
Okay. So they can move up a bunch of that. I feel like there's going to be a bevy of trades for the Ravens in the next hour and a half.
I'm just like, are you going to do the thing where you just pick 12 guys again this year? Like,
yep. Oh yeah. Yep.
Can't do that, man. Like,
well, they like lottery tickets. That's their philosophy. BPA and lottery tickets.
Yeah.
So they tell us, we try to tell ourselves that they're going to, they're going to go draft a receiver. They're going to go trade up. They're going to do this. They're going to do this. End up taking high caliber players. 2 guys that came up were on playoff teams. J.K. Dobbins, Ohio State, playoff experience, big time experience, big competition, blue chip guys, blue blood schools. Queen and Dobbins are like somewhat similar, I guess, on opposite sides of the ball. I really would have liked Josh Uche. That upsets me. He is better than Kyle. He will be better than Kyle Van Noy.
Kyle Van Noy was just like a Belichick creation too.
Yes.
Like, he started with the Lions, wasn't very good, goes to New England and just slots in there and is awesome.
So Zach Bond has really, really, really slid. Obviously, the Ravens had no interest there.
Well, not where he would have gone.
Right. Van Jefferson, my boy, went way higher than most people predicted. So now we're going to see the Ravens in round 3 pick 3 times. 71, 92, 98, correct? Jeremy Chin still on the board. I think the Ravens are going to end up adding a tight end probably because that feels...
I'd be okay with that.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Sorry if I'm a little distant here. I'm just trying to get this podcast posted.
It's all good.
I'm sure the audience is really missing me. These are uncertain times. That's very true.
The men and women of the United States Postal Service. We're here to deliver cards and also deliver the peace of mind of knowing that essentials like prescriptions are on their way every day, all across the
Okay, so Chin is there.
and we always will.
Edwards is there. Or Bond, I mean.
Bond, I guess, that diluted sample, and then whatever. I personally also like Uche a little better than Bond in a similar skill set and position.
Correct. Sorry.
Brandon Krawitz says, I joined after the JK. Krawcheck.
Yeah.
Says, I joined right after the JK talk. What's the plan for this year? We cannot dress for running backs. To me, that says Gus is the odd man out, but also at the same time, the Ravens, they want a contingency plan for after Mark Ingram. They want a bell cow back that is more versatile than Gus Edwards, tougher than Justice Hill, and younger than Mark Ingram because they're probably done with him after this year.
Yeah, it's very much a future pick. You could trade Gus Edwards as soon as this offseason, too.
For a 6th-round pick.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Well, day 1 went great. Day 2, not off to a hot start. Eric G. It is Krawcheck. Yeah, do we trade Gus? Sure, but it's not going to be something. So Gus was a restricted free agent. The Ravens put a low round tender on him. That means a 6th or a 7th.
Bond injected disinfectant into the combine, so he's sliding. LOL.
He tried to eat some
contacts
UV light.
in the White House, and he just tried to inject some hydroxychloroquine and a very tremendous drug.
And inject some UV light. Get tan on your inside.
Fuck, 71.
71's fine. Relative, it's 11. It's 11 picks down. It's not the end of the world.
It just feels so far away.
It'll be here in a hurry. Just anticlimactic. Eric G, please walk me through what happened. I'm lost. Is it the 4th rounder we gave to New England our first, 2nd, or the other one? Pick 129. Someone has the trade details better than I do in front of me right now.
Field Yates tweeted it. I'm gonna get another beer.
I'm gonna make a beer run right now. You guys figure this out for us in the comments.
Of that LSU secondary that has been so draftable over the years is now off the board. Now, he had his issues at LSU. He was slapped with a 2-year.
You're right. Like father, like son, they're definitely trying to monopolize on the 3rd and 4th round picks. KJ Hill, another guy out there still. I mean, Bowden, KJ Hill, Donovan Peoples-Jones. All these guys, all these really productive receivers, are slot receivers available. The Ravens don't really need slot receivers. That's why I'm a little wishy-washy. Finally we see Christian Fulton go off the board to the fucking Titans. God, that's such a good fit.
He's gonna crush it there.
Yes, he will. Smart, zone, press and run, cover 3 kind of guy. Favorite food is chicken wings and ribs. Sick. But yeah, so DeCosta. So in the end, it ends up being the same thing. Voodoo Ranger. I'm going to the. I shouldn't have drank Voodoo Ranger, and I should have my Lamar jersey on, and that wouldn't have happened. P. Watson, need another speed merchant? Yes, they do need another speed merchant. They need number one.
What are the speed merchants available right now?
Bowden. Bowden is a little more shifty than fast, but fits the bill still. Duvernay.
Would you say quicker than fast?
Yes, quicker than fast. There's Mooney out of Tulane, Darrell Mooney, I believe his name is. He's a very polarizing small school prospect that really came on late. Hightower is a speed merchant. I've talked about him already. John Hightower to Boise State. Think Mike Wallace in his good years. At his
Wallace.
At his best. Think Pittsburgh Mike Wallace.
Ravens legend Mike Wallace.
95-yard touchdown, longest in franchise history, Mike Wallace.
He was good here.
Yeah, he was fine. That was a good little classic, like, late Ravens pickup. So LSU now has
What
7.
about the kid Gibson?
I didn't watch a ton of tape on him, but there's not a
You
ton
or
of
not.
tape
That's
on
why
him.
I'm asking you.
He has like 76 career touches. He ran like slot. He's a burner. He definitely has the speed merchant category. Slot fades, very sloppy hitches. Jack of all trades, master
Didn't
of
we used to call
none.
you a sloppy hitch in high school?
She's a sloppy hitch. But yeah, there's speed still there for sure. Just sucks. F's in the chat. I'm gonna get us going right now. Hightower's a local kid. Didn't know that. Thank you, P. Watson. But I'm gonna get us. God damn, these things are cold.
What number is that total?
Not an enjoyable blast.
What number is that?
Beer?
What do you want?
3.
You got to pick the pace here. I don't know what's going on.
All right, boys. I'm gonna revive us. What do we have? 25 people with us right now.
20.
20. All right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna revive us right now. We're going back to back.
This is what you tune in for.
This is what sells the tickets. God damn it.
You burp so hard there that your connection glitched. Are you doing 2 in a row?
This is miserable.
It doesn't look good. I'll be honest. Not envying you right now.
Sitting down too, not fun. But I have to hurt myself to make the Ravens.
This is a move you make on a gray, rainy day underneath like the 95 overpass. Like,
Correct, but I have to hurt myself so the Ravens stop making bad decisions.
I don't like you when you're self-harming. If it changes things though, then you're gonna have to keep doing it. My question is: are we rushing or are we dragging?
Rushing, J.K. Dobbins.
Fucking dragging. Look at Law so hard getting in the mix, inviting us down to old 1-star.
Yes, we will. Also hard. Yes, we will. F's in the chat for trading back, but god damn it, Eric DaCosta, I hate you, you beautiful bastard. He's making the right move, guys. He's making the right move. He's going to make us all look stupid. He said, and I've touched on this, and this is why my little giddy boy fan aspect wants to trade up for get a wide receiver and pick the wide receiver and do this and do this. But then in the end,
I will.
Trading back and getting more picks, getting more value. Eric DaCosta stated 185 guys on the board. I don't recall, if I'm not mistaken, they had a deep class last year at about 155 on their board. The year before that was thinner at like 140. And I don't think it's ever been higher than like 155 in the last couple of years other than that. So makes sense.
Definitely.
They like the value on day 2 and 3. So
Publish episode now.
Van Jefferson's going to be so good on the Rams.
He's going to be they're just really good at like sneaking in and just grabbing really good receivers in like the 2nd and 3rd round. Cooper Kupp a couple of years ago. That tight end they got is pretty good. I mean, they have 2 good ones, but that Everett guy.
Higbee won me my fantasy league randomly out of nowhere.
Yeah, Higbee's sick. He some character concerns there. That
Are there?
Yeah, he has a pretty ugly incident in his past.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that. I don't know why I'm smiling so much.
Yeah.
So P. Watson said the 4th rounder that we traded to New England was the one that they gave us for Illuminor.
Of course it was.
So are you saying, Watson, that the Ravens got that pick back?
That was
Yes.
the one they gave us for Illuminor. Kansas City pick is in.
Probably someone incredible that's going to infuriate me every time they pick. They make the greatest selection of all time.
Shout out to Brett Veach.
Okay.
We got it back.
Oh, MD Lost Heart says we gave 129. Okay, so we're confused here, but we'll get it figured out.
We did swap 2 of them. I saw that in the Field E8 sweep, but I was too concentrated on getting the podcast ready to go. Let me tweet this sucker out.
Well, look, Trey, when you listen to Lewis talk about getting some speed, they just need guys that can play the pass because their offense is going to run up the score. They've got to be able to play against the pass on the defensive side of the ball.
So the Packers take A.J. Dillon, if I'm not mistaken.
Did they?
I believe so. Yes. And everyone's flipping out, saying that that's not going to help. So the Ravens have 4 third-round picks, and third-round picks are money picks.
Are they so money and they don't even know it?
So money and they don't even know it.
Oh, yeah, that's another swingers ref there for you.
I thought that was a Lil Wayne reference.
I mean, I'm sure he probably brought it up in one of his songs at one point. Classic Young Money.
All right, I'm done being pissy. J.K. Dobbins, let's ride.
I kind of like it. Like, you know,
I like it too.
I don't love it. It's a pick that like he's gonna be making plays in like a fall day, like not even a year from now, and everyone's gonna be like, oh wow, why did we hate on that pick so much? That's just how it goes.
Our boy Brandon wants Willie Gay, and you know me, I'm a Willie bit gay.
What?
I'm gay for Willie Gay. I want the Ravens to take him.
I was gonna say, let's not put anyone down here. This is a sex positive podcast.
Oh my God, the Chiefs.
They took Gay.
Yes.
There you go.
Running back 1 and potentially linebacker 1. He's either going to be linebacker 1 or oh my God, I'm not happy. I'm not happy.
Any move the Chiefs make is just kind of gravy to me. I'm not really.
Juan Thornhill, incredible move last year. Mecole Hardman, I went in grave detail about how much I wanted the Ravens to take Mecole Hardman. Obviously, not going to do that.
When we became friends is when I learned that you were all over Mecole Hardman.
Yes, Mecole Hardman is a stud. Willie Gay is a stud.
Panthers pick in.
Willie Gay could easily be better than Murray, Queen, or Jordan Brooks. Like, Willie Gay is better than Jordan Brooks. He just was a little shithead at Mississippi State and didn't play a lot. They take super athletes and trait guys, and that's how you end up with superstars. So now they have someone that can literally destroy running backs. I'm pissed.
It's the rub of the green. Are you shotgunning again?
I have to make this better.
Would if I had some light beer. I would, but I'm.
So what if I were to tell you that the Ravens would walk out of the second round with just a running back?
Wouldn't have believed you. I'm being honest.
Oh, not great, Bob. Not great.
Yeah, it's
Hold on. I'm gonna have to see. Sometimes I say things and I have to tweet them, so I'll shotgun in a second. But
you have to do the Morpheus face with it too.
yes, correct. Good call. This is what I need you for.
I'm your social media manager.
You are.
I'm your TikTok influencer, your brand manager. I'm your E. Vince, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck, guys? We shouldn't be partying right now. You're supposed to be on set tomorrow. Vinny. Yeah, it feels like this is a long wait, man.
It's going to be someone underwhelming again, and they're going to end up being a quality starter for 7 years.
I tend to agree. Honestly, like, if they do pick a receiver or a tight end with the next pick, and then they somehow acquire maybe one more receiver and one more lineman via trade and signing, I'd feel pretty confident.
I'm actually going to go with a different Morpheus skiff than you're going to anticipate, but it goes multiple levels.
Okay. I've never seen The Matrix.
That's going to change soon.
Yeah, I know. I think it's on like some streaming services. So.
It's incredible. I love the original. The second one's pretty good. First one's very good.
I started watching the second one when I was like maybe 10 years old, maybe a little younger. And then my aunt turned it off. She was like, no, you're not watching this. I was like, okay, sick. I'm going to go play outside.
The Ravens really drafted a running back and then traded their other pick to the Patriots, who took an extremely versatile defender.
Yeah, it's not great.
Forgot about the old ball and chain. Quality content right there, people. Burps on the live stream.
Love to see it.
So the Ravens traded 60 and 129 for 71 and 98. They consolidated. That's what I really wanted them to do and thought they would do in the end. I've said I don't like what ended up happening with just taking a running back. That's not what I mean. But thinking about trades ahead of the draft, turn those later day 3 picks into day 2 picks.
Robert Little from Black Sports Online. J.K. Dobbins going to the Ravens, and they might run for 10K rushing yards as a team next season. They are one Antonio Brown on meds from being really unstoppable.
What if?
Well, yeah, what if they like got a therapist and they're like, all right, we need you to we're going to chain you to this guy.
Yes, like father, like son, we can draft DeAndre Swift's dad. He is eligible.
I'm sorry, S Freedom 99. I can't see every movie. Like, I can try. And I'll watch it soon. I promise you. Jeremy Chin to the Panthers. Terry Taylor. That's a name that was born to be said by John Gruden.
Yeah, man. Terry Taylor.
Terry Taylor, man. Jeremy Chin. What a name. Holy shit. Guy's fast as F. Damn. So who do we got coming up here? They're 6 picks away. Edwards on the board. Beatta's still on the board. Some of the medicals are concerning there, apparently. Edwards, all the wide receivers we've mentioned.
So New York Football Jets, Mekhi Becton, Denzel Mims. Are those the only? Did they make another pick?
I think it's only those 2.
Not bad.
So the Jets somehow just never have draft picks.
Right. Our boy Casper 215. Welcome.
Casper.
You're my favorite. You're always witty with the comments. Happy to have you.
We need some more wit around here. I'm pulling the load too much.
Yeah, MD Law So Hard is just going to shit on us until the end of time, so we need some more wit.
Defend me.
So Jeremy Chin off the board. I'm a big Jeremy Chin guy. I think he got a lot of first-round buzz all of a sudden. Really cool story that has nothing to do with combine and analytics and all that good stuff. But his football coach, I recall telling him after he had a sprained ankle, classic, love to talk about sprained ankles on this show, but Sprained his ankle this season. I believe SIU started off 0-2. They were anticipating to have a huge year, and he met with his head coach, and his head coach basically said, "Hey, buddy, look, you're probably the best player to ever come out of this college. If you want to sit out, take your time. You've done so much for us. Go ahead. Go to even if you want to go to the draft and just skip out on the rest of the season, go for it." Does the Edwards foot injury concern me, P. Watson, while I'm interrupting? No, it does not. But it is kind of like a little, how many times can you continue doing that and not getting screwed
also
by
at that position where you are very much contingent upon just.
So Edwards is already running and stuff. Hollywood had to get surgery. Edwards did not have to have I think he had an outpatient procedure, not like a crazy procedure. But anyway, so Jeremy Chin apparently starts crying his eyes out. His coach is telling him, just go to the NFL. Don't worry about it, man. You're good. You've done so much for us already. Apparently straps his ankle up, and that next week, the third week of the season, I might be getting some of the facts a little mixed up. So this is maybe a little hyperbole, but ends up getting like a pick, a sack, and a forced fumble. They blow out and end up having a really good year. He immediately came back. He was like, fuck that. I am playing. I love you guys. And that is why I love him. Do you think Hill will move to the slot and play some wide receiver? Hill already played some wide receiver, Marcel Allen. Split out wide a lot. I don't think they targeted him a ton. They did that with Edwards and Ingram. Put him out wide. They like to go 5 wide with Lamar, which is something you also saw at LSU with Joe Burrow, with quarterbacks that have really good vision and kind of field awareness, spatial awareness. It gets cluster away from their person so they can move and then use that outstanding vision to throw the ball like a point guard. So yeah, absolutely. Hill's going to keep being a weapon in the passing game and getting a couple of touches. Again, we think Gus Edwards is the odd man out here, even though I love Gus Edwards to death. Stinks, but it is what it is. Bengals nab Logan Wilson, a 24-year-old linebacker out of Wyoming. Wilson was PFF's highest graded linebacker. I think he had a 90 in the run game, 90 in coverage, and 90 as a pass rusher. Made 24 plays on the ball, 14 pass deflections, 10 interceptions over the last 4 years. Really sturdy player, but Lamar Jackson will still shake the shit out of him, so perfect for the Bengals.
Sorry, I'm sending another tweet.
It's all good. Antonio Gibson now off the board as well.
Damn. Where'd he go, Lions?
To the Redskins.
Oh, shit.
That's a fun place for him to go. I like that.
They got some receiving core down there.
My boy Scary Terry,
Scary Terry's a dog.
Probably my favorite player in last year's draft. Him, Mecole, and DK. 3 receivers. Probably my 3 favorite players from last year's draft. But yeah, I like the Redskins' talent. We'll see what Ron Rivera can do. They were in a shitty situation with Jay Gruden, who did not want anything to do with Dwayne Haskins. Casper, I like Lynn Bowden too. I like Lynn Bowden too a lot. We were talking about him a little bit earlier. So we saw Antonio Gibson just come off the board. Antonio Gibson is a freakier combine guy, is going to post better numbers. He's bigger, stronger, faster from that standpoint. But Bowden, to me, is just as elusive, a little bit more versatile, and a better receiver. Whereas Gibson is actually, no, I was going to say he's a better running back, but Bowden led the SEC in rushing yards and did way more than just what Gibson did. So I would prefer Bowden for the Ravens to Gibson.
So I sent that Cliff Kingsbury Bumble tweet out yesterday, and it just got quote retweeted by some chick from Denver doing the hands up emoji like 5 times.
That's awesome.
So maybe a situation to monitor there for Cardinals fans. Duvernay's scouting report says he has the best hands in the class and runs a 4.3. I know he's fast, but that best hands in the class thing, I'm guessing that's a Matt Miller joint, noted Texas fan.
No, it's not. Him and Pittman had the lowest drop percentage. I think his was actually lower than Pittman's. Both of them had over 100 targets too.
Okay. So
they had, for instance, KJ Hamler goes off the board. Hamler and Duvernay is a very interesting comparison to me because Hamler
taller, right?
Yeah, Duvernay has I want to compare him to if Golden Tate.
He's Lancier line, okay.
If Golden Tate was faster and not as agile a little bit, he has that kind of build, that kind of breaking tackle ability. He'll truck dudes, but for me, so KJ
you did spell his name wrong, Watson, but it's okay. I understood.
we got the confusing names. It's okay. But Duvernay is not as, fluid, shifty, explosive as a route runner. But boy, oh motherfucking boy, throw him a bubble pass and he will lay someone out and go the distance. He is really exciting. Hamler was a drop machine, but in 2018, he only dropped 3 passes. And Brian Edwards, actually, I just learned today, I finally saw his full 4-year drops. He drops a little bit more passes than you would like. I think he had at least 5 in all 4 years, or his first 3 years, then he only had 3 this past year.
To me, it's like you're not going to get a complete prospect at this point. Like, you're either going to get a fast guy who has hands issues, or you're going to get a guy with good hands who's a little slower. Maybe that's
Duvernay is fast with good hands.
Okay. Why is he falling then?
He is exclusively a slot receiver. Okay. He didn't play on the outside. He has not beaten press.
Casper said he's Golden Tate.
That's a big comparison because slot guys, good hands, and Tate is a little bit more shifty, whereas Duvernay will run through guys. And MD Law so hard dropped 3 passes in his co-ed flag league, which is pathetic if you ask me, but that's just me.
Okay, he's 5'11". For some reason, I had in my head that he was like 6'3".
Yeah, he fits a similar profile to Golden Tate, like size-wise.
MD, you went to College Park, right? He's not replying. He's too scared to answer.
Coward. And again, another name that has been linked to the Ravens, and they interviewed him, I think, at a Shrine game. I can't recall. They interviewed him at least once, but John Hightower doesn't have drops problems, is a decent route runner. He's not a dog over the middle of the field. He's not going to go make those tough. I told you, Mike Wallace.
Sure.
So I think that he gives that vertical threat, is really, 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 really great at tracking, stacking, selling deep routes, and all that good stuff.
Julian Okwara to the Lions.
I like Okwara. Big-time pass rusher, horrible against the run at times. Can play in space, hit 21.5 miles per hour in pursuit of a ball carrier at 265 pounds during the season last year. Also coming off a broken leg. So we'll see.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Him and Uche both were really interesting to me.
Notre Dame well represented in this draft.
Surprisingly for not being a great team.
That's what I was, driving at.
Right. And they also have Troy Pride Jr., who is really underrated as a cornerback. Ravens are going to end up drafting a cornerback in one of the next 2 picks. I'm about 80% sure.
Saying Terrell Lewis at 71. I could definitely see that if he doesn't get picked here.
I like that. I don't know what those injury problems are exactly. If it's like an arthritic knee, that seems to be the kiss of death that you keep hearing from different guys.
Well, yeah, I mean, it literally means your knee is just deteriorated.
Yep.
I think I might have an arthritic knee, by the way.
Probably because you had an ACL tear.
Yeah. Not back to 100%. Just never.
Let's see what the Jets can do here, because Becton and Mims, if those are very boom or bust guys, like Becton as opposed to, I would say, the other tackles at the top of the board, and then Mims obviously just in this entire receiver class, huge boom or bust guys.
Better hope they fucking bust. Otherwise, Slinging Sammy's not going to be the quarterback of the future there. Better hope they boom, I should say. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Romeo Okwara. Nice little player. So Brandon wants a receiver that Roman can maximize his traits and talents. Who do you think would be the fit for that at this point?
Well, let's go back and let's try to think of all the receivers that Greg Roman has had. So let's go look at what the 49ers had. Delaney Walker and Vernon Davis.
Right.
They had Randy Moss, an older Randy Moss, but like weirdly effective, kind of mature
possession receiver at that point.
Yes, smart and wasn't quite,
No, he didn't have a touchdown against the Ravens in the Super Bowl. He had one catch, I think.
Yes, Crabtree, obviously, who was one of the best receiving prospects.
He was a dog at that time, too.
Yes, very good.
So good.
Crabtree was not ever really a burner, but kind of like an Alshon Jeffrey plus in his prime. Then I can't recall who they had as like
They
their
had like
number.
Ted Ginn at the time, but he wasn't really receiving for them. He was more of a great returner.
He still would take the top off. His job was probably to run off coverage more so than like be a threat.
Yeah, they more used those tight ends, and then obviously Crabtree was a beast. Frank Gore and that kid from Oregon, LaMichael James, was one of their running backs.
So Ted Ginn, you're pretty right, buddy. Ted Ginn, 3 years in San Francisco, 12 catches, 1 touchdown, 19 catches, no touchdown, 2 catches, 0 touchdowns.
But he was like a good returner for them too. They had that Kyle Williams guy who was a little bit of a possession guy for them. I think he was on that Super Bowl team. Yeah, they had some talent, but it was not all receiver. It was like those 2 tight ends were sick. Crabtree was really good as like a possession guy with a little bit of juice, but like they didn't really have that burner, I think.
Right. And then let's go. I don't know who the hell did they have on the Bills? What, Stevie Johnson?
Stevie Johnson. They didn't
Charles
have
Clay.
Charles Clay was pretty good.
Is that a matchup? Is that a match? Charles Clay on the Greg Roman Bills.
They were throwing like Greg Salas at one point, I remember, in 2016, which is very dire. On the 15-16 Bills, Sammy Watkins was still there.
Right. Percy Harvin. So out of all these receivers we listed now, Crabtree is really, Stevie Johnson had a really good year. He's like, I would compare him to like Kamar Aiken in a way, career-wise.
Sure.
Having one,
he was really good when he was young, and then he actually had a year in San Francisco too, where he was pretty good as well. But then he just kind of fell off after that.
So Greg Roman, what does he want of receivers? The thing about Greg Roman that's irritating with receivers, and as great as he is, he just won Assistant of the Year. So I love Greg Roman. We all do. Doesn't run a lot of screens. Loves blockers, big time blockers. He's got Boykin to do that. Snead to do that, Brown to take the top off. I think they're looking to. All right, so in the end, what does this say? Maybe they're a little bit more confident in Boykin than we realize.
So did the Seahawks just draft Damian Lewis?
I hope so.
Shout out to Bobby Axelrod. any Billions fans out there?
I love Billions.
Also played Paul Newman, or no, not Paul
Newman. Yep.
Okay. In
Steve McQueen, pardon me, Steve McQueen.
Steve McQueen, yeah, in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Always confused.
Yeah.
So getting drafted by the Seahawks now too. So what a career that guy's having.
Yes. And Damian Lewis is a dog. So a lot of people got really turned off watching Derek Brown fucking obliterate.
Dolphins pick is in.
Cushenberry and
officially on the clock.
Cool. That wasn't that bad.
Sure. Continue. Sorry.
Do I need to sacrifice myself with one more shotgun?
Let's wait until the pick, and then you'll either do a sad one or a happy one.
Okay.
Or a neutral one.
That's fine.
We need another burner or a bigger possession guy, in my opinion. We have everything else. What options are there in FA? I feel like FA is kind of picked clean a little bit.
There's a sneaky prospect as well. So
who's that?
Jawan Jennings from Tennessee, and our boy Brendan Krawcheck who just made Krawcheck to make it easier on us. Thank you.
Yeah, I've traded emails with him before. I think he
we were supposed to tailgate once before.
Right.
He's a man. So Jawan Jennings out of Tennessee, former quarterback, older prospect, more missed tackles forced than any other receiver in college football after the catch. Had some drops issues, just like I'm not like on the move, like I'm trying to go body someone too quickly, like 2 yards away, like too aggressive to go seek contact. But definitely could be an interesting fit for that bigger possession type receiver. Is a bulldog, is a blocker. Options in free agency would be Taylor Gabriel, who I've been on that train for quite some time, just being a burner. I just want insurance for Hollywood, because if Hollywood can't play for a month, there's no vertical threat. No burner.
Yeah.
So there's a couple options. I don't know who else is out there. I guess we'll see some cuts at some point. But still, definitely receivers out there that fit the profile of Burner, Hightower. Let me go.
That's where I was kind of fired up about the idea of like Hamler, because it feel like you would have just 2 of them, and that would just be a lot of fun.
Right, and Hamler is like, had the drops issues, and everyone blows that up. But Didn't see that in 2018 as much. So Penn State, and that's a guy like Shaq Quarterman also reminds me, like Miami prospects were thought of very highly that ended up being in this draft, and their stock plummets after a shitty year in Miami. Penn State as well had a really disappointing year this year, and I think that weighed back on a lot of their prospects. I think Yeturgos Matos was supposed to go a lot higher earlier in the
He was for sure. Chris was big on him, I think.
But I'm saying like during the season, halfway through before Penn State started to lose games, it's like, oh, Yeturgos Matos, top 10 lock, like top 15 lock. And then they kind of have a disappointing year. And sometimes that has to do with coaching. And sometimes it has to do with
my soon-to-be brother-in-law is a big Penn State guy. I wasn't huge on his effort level, I think, either. He says that about a lot of players, though.
Right. Another interesting guy is Isaiah Coulter out of Rhode Island. I only watched one game of his, so combine-wise, ran a 4.45. I would consider that speed. 1.51 second, 10-yard split. That's a 96th percentile of all receivers to ever run at the combine. Very prolific career. 7.5% drop rate. Not a big contested catch guy, but a nuanced route runner. Gabe Davis, a very raw guy out of UCF, was a big deep threat. Had 620 deep yards in 2019 on passes over 20 yards. He caught 16 of those for 7 touchdowns.
We don't have to just do receivers either. I mean, we could say who else is there at tight end? Kmet and Claypool both off the board. I guess Thad Mossy probably a little early for him, right? With the athleticism, not
Thad Moss has name recognition, and being at LSU makes people think he's like a 3rd-round prospect, but he's like a 6th-round prospect.
Okay, fair enough. Okwebanam probably a little early as well, but I like his athleticism.
Definitely, I really like him a lot, actually.
Yeah, me too.
That would be a fine pick with one of these upcoming picks. Not quite this one, but later.
Let me look up some measurables here. I think you could probably conceivably do Brian Edwards at tight end a little bit.
Not necessarily. Like he could like come down and do what Willie Snead does a little bit.
6'3", 215. Okay, I had it in my head that he was like 6'5" for some reason.
He's
just a beast athlete, I think.
He has not quite to the extent of the build, and I'm not, this is just like we like to make fun of people who compare to Debo, but he is built like Anquan Bolden, just not quite as massive. And he plays with that kind of, I'm going to throw you into the ground with a stiff arm. As it, like, DBs hate tackling Brian Edwards. They all say it.
Brandon Jones to the Dolphins, and now the Ravens are on the clock.
Interesting.
Unable to attend the combine. Roger Goodell just announced that from like a easy chair in the corner of his little study that he had, and I was just purely smitten. I love Roger Goodell. I'm gonna get another beer.
Go for it, my friend. So what do we got going on, guys? Who do you want at 71? Say names. Give me. You've MD Law So Hard. You have to have heard me talk about James Lynch. I fucking love him. He's like Jared Johnson, just plays interior line a little bit. Romeo Acquire does play. DaCosta's chair. DaCosta's whole little it secretly is like wife's room. Brandon Jones going to the Dolphins. So who do we want? Rattle off in the comments. Rattle off in the comments, guys who are still watching. Give me who you want at 71. So Zach Bond could be a good pick here.
I see that the pick is in. I am not going to be looking at the chat or Twitter.
All right, I'm going to look at one last notification on.
But
I saw it.
Okay.
It's a good pick.
Okay, say nothing else.
Okay, it's a good.
I want to catch some of our reactions live here.
Okay,
part of the reason why we're doing it.
With the 71st pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Justin Matabuke, defensive tackle.
Okay.
Oh, now finally someone listened to you about Justin.
I know you're a fan of this guy.
Yes, Matabuke has production. He penetrates. He fits that. Like, he is not going to be a Michael Pierce. He is not going to be lethargic. Like he two gaps for sure, but he is a penetrator way more. Like I consider him an upgrade over Michael Pierce potentially, especially as a pass rushing guy. I think that's incredible value. I'm really excited about that pick.
Okay. I don't know how to feel. I haven't really watched a ton on him, to be candid.
That's all right. That's okay. We weren't thinking D tackle is like a group that we needed to watch a ton on.
Second straight year they've taken a D tackle out of Texas A&M.
Yeah, and both those guys super high recruits. I think that Mac struggles against the run, and he ended up being a situational pass rusher towards the end of his career at A&M because of Matabuk. And Matabuk is a comp to him is Fletcher Cox. A lot of people go, that's probably too extreme.
I was going to say, a little much.
Yeah, it's definitely too extreme. I think Fletcher Cox was a different athlete, but the thing for me is the Marcus Mosher, who's a guy works all for Locked On Cowboys, does a bunch of stuff with the Cowboys. Awesome tape guy. If you go look at the top like 15, 20 interior defensive linemen in the NFL that are like basically fit the defensive tackle category, they all had production in college. Chris Jones is like the least production in college, and he still had way better production than guys like Ross Blacklock and Jordan Elliott and some of these other guys. Matabuk had really good production.
People love this pick.
Yes, it's a really good pick.
Twitter, and
it's a really good pick.
Interesting.
So PFF has him as their 5th interior defensive lineman. I'm ecstatic. You know, MD Also Hard was talking about ecstatics might be a little crazy. I have not watched a terrible amount of him. I've watched 2 games of him.
I do remember you really mentioning him on the pod, or maybe off pod even.
It's mainly because of the production, the statistics, a little bit more. But he is. I like him better than Blacklock. I like him better than Jordan Elliott. Probably a little like Marlon Davidson for me
got picked, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I like Gallimore.
Gallimore to me is a little scary because he lost like 30 pounds this past year, and I don't know if that weight's going to stay off.
Doing too much of that booger sugar, potentially.
Yeah, that Booger McFarlane.
You know what? He's one Popeye's biscuit short of being a tight end. Want to record a pod?
Yes, let's do it.
Okay. All right, welcome on back to fucking. Damn it. Forgot to set the sound up. Yes, I want to continue. Thank you. Okay. Cord. When do they pick next, by the way?
Very shortly, I think. 78?
Yeah, we should probably try to make this a little quicker then.
Wait, hold on. Am I crazy? Is it?
That might be a little close.
I think it's past that, actually. I'm getting all discombobulated. 92. It's not till 92.
92, okay.
So we're good.
Okay. All right, welcome on back to another edition of the Baltimore Beatdown podcast. It is still Saturday, April 24th, and in the words of the great trespasser Tom Brady, we're still here.
We're still here. We're still here. We're still here. We're giving you another episode really quickly. The Ravens end up taking an extremely athletic, penetrating style interior defensive lineman the second straight year.
When you say penetrating.
Penetrating. Interior defensive lineman out of Texas A&M. Dalen Mack they took last year, who's a different body type. Justin Matabuke's comp that he ends up getting a lot are guys like Malcolm Brown, Fletcher Cox, maybe not quite as insane as Fletcher Cox, but he is a player that ends up over the last 2 years having really strong production. He had 8 sacks in 2018, 6 sacks in 2019, ending up with 14 total sacks. And when you go ahead and look at the top echelon, the upper echelon defensive linemen in the NFL, a lot of them had really strong production in college. The numbers were there, the pressures were there, the sacks were there, the tackles were there, and Justin Madubuike fits that bill. The Ravens traded back and got really good talent, a guy they could have drafted in the second round, and that would have been a great pick. So if you were to tell me that the Ravens walk out of round 2 with just a running back and trading out, might be a little shaky, but looking at a guy that had, let's see here, 51 hurries, 20 quarterback hits, and 14 sacks, with 4 passes deflected while being a really good player against the run, extremely disruptive at the point of attack, able to shed blockers like a madman, had a really strong combine, doesn't have a lot of bad weight, never has, came to college at 250 pounds and bulked up instead of being a guy that was chubby and bulked down. So really excited about this pick. The Ravens defensive front is nasty, man, and it's going to be nasty in the near future and for the long term. So really exciting pick.
How would you, in a brief sentence, sum up what this guy is going to bring to the Ravens for somebody that maybe didn't watch him extensively, a la me?
He is not going to be the same as a Michael Pierce or a Brandon Williams. He is willing to risk it to get the biscuit a little bit more, in the sense that he's going to not just try to hold ground as a 2-gapping player. He can do that, so don't get that twisted, pardon me, but he is going to shed. He is going to rip. He has just a really strong core and base, and I don't know if there's a word for the move that he uses, but just literally tries to judo hip toss guys to a lesser extent off the ball, and is a bulldog, makes plays in the backfield, strong against the run, strong against the pass as a pass rusher. He is a super, super, super high level recruit, and he had a 14.6 pass rush win rate. This is in college, so take it with a grain of salt, of course. Michael Pierce, Chris Wormley, and Brandon Williams, the best out of the 3 of them was 4.2% as a pass rush win rate. So I think the Ravens schematically, defensively, you got guys like Calais Campbell, Derek Wolfe. They're trying to get penetrators that aren't the traditional 2-gappers. I think that's the direction this defense is headed in. Madubuike puts an exclamation point on that. They need a depth at defensive tackle. Michael Pierce is on the way out, or is gone to the Vikings now. Wolfe, not always healthy. And Campbell, obviously is a stud, very durable, but behind Brandon Williams and going to be able to learn and continue bulking up. But great pick, great value, able to trade back and get someone. This is going to be, this is why we are salty when the Ravens trade out of round 2, acting like picking 11 picks later is a huge deal, and get a player they would have picked at 60 anyway. So good for them. Great job, Eric DeCosta.
So no qualms about positional value or the fact that they already have a good amount of guys there. Is it the age that maybe helps assuage that a little bit? What do you think?
So who do they have at defensive tackle right now?
Brandon Williams and Dalen Mack, but just defensive line in general. Maybe that's too much generalization going on by me, but I feel like I'm just kind of speaking for Ravens fans right now.
Yeah, so Derek Wolfe is an end, and Calais Campbell, people have this misconception about him that he's like a defensive tackle. He took 48% of snaps, something like that, lined up over the tackle. He would categorize as an edge to PFF last year. So he's going to be a 5-tech, 3-tech, not a 1-tech. Brandon Williams is going to be a 1-tech. Madubuike can play the 3-tech. Wolfe can play the 3-tech and the 5-tech. What happens if one of those guys goes down? What happens if Derek Wolfe goes down? Who plays?
Yeah, that's a good point. What does he have to do to jump Dalen Mack on the depth chart in training camp?
Nothing.
So he's already DT2.
Yep.
Interesting.
3-tech 2. Mack is a 1-tech.
Gotcha. I always get confused with that.
Nose tackle versus defensive tackle, then defensive end, then edge. 1-tech, 3-tech, 5-tech, 7-tech. Really not a 7-tech, actually, excuse me. It's a 9-tech outside linebacker. To not even a 9-tech, it's just an outside linebacker. So Madubuike is going to be a stud in year 3, in year 2. I prefer him to Gallimore. I prefer him to Jordan Elliott. The only guy in that kind of second tier of interior defensive linemen that I might prefer is Marlon Davidson, but they're very different players. Madubuike is a natural interior defensive lineman. Davidson played a lot of stand-up edge. So a very good pick, a guy that the Ravens could have taken, like I said, 55 or 60, and is a great pick. So he had a game where he had 7 pressures in a game against Mississippi, very strong bull rush, and has outstanding length, plays through balance, or plays with great balance through contact really well. Had an outstanding combine. His 40-yard dash was a 4.83, which is the 97th percentile of defensive interior players. 3-cone drill, 7.37 seconds, 88th percentile. 31 bench press reps, 81st percentile. The one outlier for him is hands, sub 9-inch hands. He's not catching the ball, but when you end up looking at really successful defensive players, they usually have like 9.5, 10-inch hands. Not always, but then his arms 33.5 inches. That is crazy, crazy, crazy long for an interior player. So he's going to be able to reach guys and shock them off the line. And I think this is going to be a pick that's celebrated by the tape community and the analytics community. And I think people are going to say, how the hell did the Ravens get Justin Madubuike?
Interesting. So stat line prediction for this year?
2.5 sacks, 20 pressures. That's a little high. 15 pressures. 20
How
tackles.
often is he getting on the field per game?
Total percent of defensive snaps he plays. Brown's traded back a few times in this draft. Pardon me. Total percentage of snaps he plays, I'm going to go with 35%.
Okay.
I think he plays a little bit. I don't trust Derek Wolfe to stay healthy. I think that he can go play some 3-tech, 5-tech, and I think that he's very NFL ready. Arguably the best player on Texas A&M over the last couple of years.
Interesting. So what do you grade it?
A-. A-. This is, so at this point, going into it, the Ravens just have Queen and Dobbins. So now we got SEC, Big Ten, SEC. I see a theme of big school guys. Feels like Eric DeCosta goes that way, maybe a little more than Ozzie Newsome. But blue chip, these guys were all blue chip players in high school. Madubuike was the 56th overall prospect in the nation, or recruit in the nation. A 4-star guy with a 97 grade from 24/7 Sports. And the Ravens are going to get a freaking stud, man. He did it in high school. He did it in college. Bill Belichick, you end up reading the scouting guide that Daniel Jeremiah posted of what Bill Belichick used to have. And he said, ignore to an extent guys that end up on bad college teams or have coaching changes in college if they were really high-level high school recruits. And Madubuike had both of those. He was a really high-level recruit and had production in college on a decent team. So going to be a very productive interior pass rusher. Again, fits a different profile than Brandon Williams and Michael Pierce. So that's really exciting.
Awesome. So 3 picks in. You start with Patrick Queen. J.K. Dobbins, running back, is your second pick. Trade back, and you grab Justin Madubuike. How are you feeling right now?
I'm anxious to see the next couple picks to round out day 2. And I have a feeling that it's going to end up being a grand slam home run where Ravens fans got antsy with the trade backs and maybe a little upset with the running back position being the way they went. But best player available. They take good players.
Okay, I like it. Anything else?
I don't know how to say his name right, but I'm going to go with Madubuike, and I like to say it that way.
Madubuike. Madubuike.
Justin Madubuike. I like Madubuike. I'm going Madubuike for now.
Okay, fair enough. I guess that is all we've got on Mr. Madubuike. This is a little bit of a shorter one, 10 minutes, but like I said, we are going to be pumping these out pick by pick. So when are they going to be up next year? You said something in the early
92, 98, and then 106. So they're going to be going bam, 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 and we might just have to record straight through on those and be fluid.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, we will talk to you guys then.
See you in a little bit.
All right.
I'm going to the bathroom.
Okay, cool. I just heard from him. What do you guys think about the first 3 picks? I thought we were building an indefensible offense. Yeah, I mean, it probably in a different way than one would think in 2020, though. Like when you think indefensible offense, maybe you think Kansas City just completely airing it out. But with the way that Lamar's skill set sets up and the way that Greg Roman runs an offense, it's maybe a lot more run game than you would think in the modern era. So I think J.K. Dobbins probably helps with that a little bit. And that's just kind of the way the board falls, man. Sometimes, like, so you go into a draft thinking, oh, they're stacked. There's going to be however many wide receivers available in the second and third round. Well, it kind of didn't really fall that way this year. You had a chance at Denzel Mims. I guess they didn't love him and they didn't pick him. But I mean, like, it was either Patrick Queen or like Michael Pittman or T. Higgins in the first round. Patrick Queen was the best player to them. And then you get to that next pick and it's Denzel Mims or J.K. Dobbins ostensibly. And they go ahead with J.K. Dobbins. So I can, maybe that kind of tells you what they want to do philosophically. Who knows?
We forgot about Jelly Bean Ellis. Good point.
We did, yeah. I saw that in the chat.
He is hurt a lot anyway, and he's what is he, 27, 28?
Yeah, he's been around.
I don't think he's super old.
Sure.
But yeah, Campbell older. That is a good point. Campbell older. Derek Wolfe, I think, is going to get a little over. He's a good player.
He's on a 1-year deal for one thing.
Don't think of him as like much different than McPhee last year.
Okay. Hopefully more sack production, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
Well, McPhee was really good. He just got hurt.
Yeah.
Older, experienced.
He also did different stuff than Wolf, I feel like, right?
Like father, like son, I thought we were building an indefensible offense.
Yeah, I just addressed that a second ago.
Well, they did lead the NFL in scoring, but yeah, they I guess J.K. Dobbins is going to be a fucking brick shit house is what they think.
I broke it down to like maybe it's a philosophical thing where they're saying we're going to build an indefensible offense. And when you think of that, you think of Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City, but maybe they're just trying to do it in a different way.
Also, Matt Miller said, a guy that I think, doesn't leak stuff unless he thinks it's open and true, that the Ravens that Eric DeCosta is greatly prioritizing having a pass rush, having a front seven to protect leads.
Yeah, remember when they couldn't stop Ryan Tannehill, guys? Like, we don't have to go too crazy about picking defensive players just because, they had one good year on offense. Like, and I mean, the defense was good as well. I mean, you still got to keep investing.
Senior Chowdary 143 asks, thanks for saying you're a huge fan. We appreciate you. Love all our listeners. What would be the next position that we want the Ravens to pick? At this point, I don't fucking care. I don't know. It's out the window.
He's saying, what would you like them to do?
What I would prefer would be, I don't know, man. They're just trying to take talent. So if it was
also is just a best player available guy. Like, I think we maybe fooled ourselves because last year he did address a lot of needs, picking guys like Ferguson and Hollywood right off the bat. And
Boykin. They drafted 2 receivers in the first three rounds last year. One in the first.
So yeah, you can't just automatically forget that.
So I think that me and you are, we love Boykin, and I think we saw a lot of potential at him, and a lot of people are down on him, but maybe they are putting a lot of stock in Miles Boykin, and I don't think that's a bad thing.
Sure.
I would like a vertical separator at receiver. I would like.
What's up, fellas?
What up?
What's good, Matt?
How's it going?
It's going okay. How about for you? How you liking it so far?
Phenomenal draft for the Ravens so far.
Okay. What do you think of the running back thing?
I mean, I was completely shocked when it happened. But I was expecting Mims, but I'm good with it. I mean, hell, just take the best player available.
Yeah, for sure.
So.
All right, I'm trying to look at this guy's name. Can you turn your TV down a little bit?
So again, a thing that I see about Eric DeCosta. Let's think about the picks last year. We got Hollywood, Oklahoma playoff team. We've got Ferguson, who's not from a huge school.
Matt, can you turn your TV down?
Yeah.
Thanks, dude. What were you saying?
So we've got Hollywood, big school. Jalen Ferguson, mid-major. We've got Boykin, big school, like Power 5, like very notable program, blue blood program.
They're not that big, I don't think. Notre Dame.
Shut up.
They're not.
Ben Powers, again, Oklahoma. Your son.
I'm trigger this guy over here.
Asshole.
We got
Even in a conference.
Amon Marshall, Blue Blood School. We've got Dalen Mack, Blue Blood School. We've got where else did they go? Who else did they take? I can't remember off the top of my head.
From last year, Justice Hill.
Justice Hill. Power Five.
Oklahoma State.
Power Five. I'm not going to call them a Blue Blood School, but Power Five.
You're going to tell Mike Gundy and that mullet to his face that he is not a blue blood?
I'm a man.
Yes, I am. I am. He's 40. He can take it.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's probably like well into his 50s.
Who else am I missing?
Dalen Mack.
Trace. I already said Dalen, then Trace, Penn State. So at this point, the only player that is not from a Power 5 conference that Eric DeCosta has taken is Jalen Ferguson, and that's a mid-major. So I'm sensing a little bit of a theme here. A little bit of a theme.
I'm with you. I mean, Ozzy was kind of the same way, right?
Ozzy took some small school guys for sure. I think in the early rounds, always blue blood.
Grabbed another D.
Ooh, what are you drinking, Jake?
I got a little Haze of Glory.
Nice.
What are you sipping on over there?
We got a Yingling over here.
Oh, classy.
Yeah, you know how to go.
We were doing Philly accents earlier. You totally missed it.
Use guys.
Y'all's drinking some water down there.
Water.
This is Dale and Delco calling in. I don't think the Eagles should have drafted that kid. Jalen Hurts.
Jalen.
When Carson Wentz gets hurt.
Yo, hand me that Sean.
Yeah, really.
I was scrolling real quick on my Twitter feed, and I saw Matt Abike, and I thought it was EDP for a second. It's not him.
I'd like
Different
to hear him pronounce that.
That would be hilarious.
Ravens really have 4 third-round picks.
Sir, 3 more.
Having the login to the main account is the best because like I just look down at my phone and I see Jimmy's famous seafood reply to "Shut up, bitch." Wait, what? Apparently, like Kyle probably tweeted something and some dude like replied to him like criticizing the pick or whatever, and he was like, "You don't have anyone that could throw the ball. That's why you lost in the playoffs." And they just replied, "Shut up, bitch."
I love that so much.
Yeah, it's kind of sick. Grabbed another D.
All right, we targeting at 92.
You want?
I kind of want Lloyd Cushenberry.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah,
You know,
sure.
short up a little bit.
I also wouldn't mind Bren Bredesen from Michigan. I wouldn't mind the other guard from Michigan. I wouldn't mind John Simpson. Any of those guard guys, center guys in the next couple picks. Not bad.
Yeah, I've kind of soured on Biadaz and Lemieux a little bit. So one of those guys.
I like Lemieux a little bit. Biadaz, I just watched him get put on his ass a little bit too much for
Not
get
great.
literally run through.
Not great.
Not great, Bob.
Not great, Bob.
Bowden maybe feels like a little pick of destiny.
Now we're talking.
Peoples Jones is still there, I think, right?
Yeah, Peoples Jones is there. Michael Owenu, the guard from Michigan. I mean,
Matt Hennessy's there.
that's true. Matt Hennessy is another one.
Tennessee's here, man.
Woo, bye.
I wish.
Niang from TCU, P. Watson. I'm shocked. Is Prince Tega Winogo still on the board as well?
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wow. Winogo is definitely a tackle. Niang, I could definitely slide inside P. Watson. Yes.
I'm a fan.
So offensive line. Let's go offensive line this pick. Let's get that out of the way. Let's throw a guy in the room. That's what we want to go with 92. And then let's get some sneaky weirdos, offensive playmakers at 98 and 106.
Not to totally backtrack, but what do we think of the Jalen Hurts pick?
So that's where our Philly accents came out. I think it makes sense in the context that Wentz gets hurt a lot.
Eagles fans were pissed.
I bet.
Very pissed.
He gets hurt a lot, but like he did just sign that new contract, and it feels like if you're going to take a guy in the second round, you presumably are going to want him to see the field at some point.
Yeah.
And with the contract just being signed, it's like ideally you don't want
Oh, there goes Tennessee.
Boom.
Never mind.
Amik Robertson, I would love at 92 as well.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, fuck it, Akeem Davis-Gaither, draft another linebacker, just piss everyone off.
Anthony Jennings still there?
Oh boy, don't get me started.
Okay, I won't.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
End of discussion.
They're going to take a tight end.
Any wideouts? Oh,
Are they going to take a tight end?
Jones is probably the only one. I mean, Tyler Johnson's probably a later prospect.
yeah.
Devin
Shit,
Asiasi, Adam Trotman.
I mean, obviously,
Troutman's good.
They're going to go
Big fan of his.
offensive in this round in no particular order. They're going to go offensive lineman, nickel, and tight end. That's my prediction.
All right. Fair enough. Oh man. Well, freaking.
So
Jets.
Matt Hennessy studied abroad, sick brag, and went to
I wonder if he ever mentions it.
Yeah, well, it's his fun fact. He
He's just like he sacks a quarterback and he's like up in his face. And he's like, you know what? This reminds me of that time that I was, doing the whole study abroad thing in Scotland. It was pretty sick. You should have been there.
It's actually Paris, not Paris.
He wears like a beret in the locker room.
passes out bagouts and shit.
Malik Harrison has not been picked.
Oh, I would like that.
I don't care what position they take at this point. They've devastated.
Yeah, I mean, they've thrown it to the wind that like they're going to try and fill needs with the draft. So like at that point, just like kind of contextualize that and be happy with, or don't be happy with, but just look at
John Greenard still on the board.
Florida Gator.
Jabari Zuniga still on the board.
Jabari what?
Jabari Zuniga still on the board.
Okay. Just be careful.
Okay. What else we got? So the Florida boys take another running back.
Zach Moss.
That would be sick. They took a running back.
I would end my life. I would end my own life.
Voss is already like suicidal in the Slack chat, so we don't need you going there as well. He's not a fan of the Matabuk pick either.
P. Watson says Matabuk is super emotional in his interview, saying he's ready to beat down on people. Yes, bloodshed.
Same. I'm ready to beat down on people too.
I hope there's bloodshed.
Okay.
Well, shit.
Podcast is posting.
Honestly, I think EDC could take a long snapper at 92, and I would still call it a really good draft.
I'd find a way to spin zone it for sure.
For sure. Lynn Bowden be solid.
That would be sneaky, a lot of fun.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I was kind of hoping they would go Chenault just to have like a gadget type dude.
I was like loose on the gadget idea. I was kind of salty on the gadget idea, but then I just realized they don't have anyone that fits that at all. And then they need someone like that.
Yeah.
Lynn Bowden. I guess Duvernay can do a little bit of that.
Ooh. Sounds French.
Devon Duvernay.
Duvernay.
Yeah, me and him will be friends real quick.
He's a Debonnaire.
Well, Bengals having a solid draft so far.
Bengals have had a good draft.
They always have good drafts, I feel like.
Where are we at here? 79.
Yeah, it's getting into the 80s, I think.
Donovan Peoples-Jones. Jabari Zuniga is off the board.
Check their Twitter. My buddy's asking how to find the stream.
I'm ahead now at this point. Ravens definitely expecting a lot out of Boykin.
Who said that?
Just general thought from me.
Well, it's definitely a good thing if they do. Like,
yeah. mean, we love
if they make it out of this draft with a wide receiver, you have to think that they're confident in him. That's a tacit acknowledgement that they're ready for him to take on a workload, which I like.
All right.
Brian Edwards.
I'm in.
Boom. We got our board, guys. We got our board.
We do.
And S Freedom 99. Let's start talking about Antonio Brown, because if you want to have an unguardable offense, I mean, and you don't take anything outside of a running back, maybe there's trouble afoot.
Yeah, I mean, I think they pretty much already made it clear they have no interest.
Maybe he's the new Kanye. He's the Prozac Kanye, the Prozac Antonio Brown.
I think a lot of similarities with Kanye.
I miss the old Antonio Brown.
Yeah, I do. Well, actually,
So,
I do not.
Antonio Brown fucking murdered my dreams many times.
with the caveat, I miss the old Antonio Brown, and I wish he could still be the old Antonio Brown.
I miss the old AB.
I mean, this one is kind of sick too. I got to be honest. He's a content king, but for his own health, I'm concerned.
He's fine. He'll be fine.
All right,
Dude, Vaz is pissed.
Dude, he is. I am concerned. He's got young children in that house.
Yeah, they're in a separate room. I'm sure that much. Kids were put to bed.
I don't need you getting into a bitch fit with him on Slack. I need you here, by the way.
I'm not getting into a bitch fit with him.
Okay.
I think I've said 2 things on Slack in the last 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm really not plugged in on it right now.
I have a graveyard of what is it? Barley, malt, and rice. Bud Lights.
Yeah, I mean, Ray Rice did ruin it for the Ravens. Sorry, but he did. And that's where we're at.
Steve Bisciotti laid his foot down on one thing in this entire organization, and it was no domestic violence ever again.
It's pretty good policy, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean,
it makes
I'm
sense.
okay with that policy. If we're being honest,
It's better. It's better.
Awesome, but I don't want to, even just as a fan, have to deal with having to defend a guy like that.
Yeah.
Neville Gallimore's still on the board.
I'm a Gallimore fan, but it felt like they made their decision on that front.
So hold up. Let's get this pick in here.
Oh no!
To the Raiders.
Bye, Lynn Bowden.
Oh fuck! I was actually kind of jacked up. I was hoping he would fall to us.
John Gruden can't help himself.
I'll tell you what, man. You like
damn
him,
it.
don't you?
Lynn Bowden, man, this guy.
I call him Lynn Bowden because he bows to the crowd. He's scoring touchdowns left and right.
Dude, who needs Derek Carr, man? Got Lynn freaking Bowden Jr., man.
Tell you what, we'll get you in there. You're going to be making some big plays for us, man. At quarterback, at receiver, at running back, at returner. It doesn't matter, man. This guy, Derek Carr, wears too much eyeliner, and we need him out.
I mean, we got Hunter Renfrow, man. Doesn't matter who's throwing the ball. He's going to catch the fucking thing.
Don't curse.
Room grinder.
I like the Raiders this year.
I like the Raiders every year.
Yeah, good point. I liked them last year, too.
So let's see. J.K. Dobbins, 172 yards rushing on Michigan State, 163 on Wisconsin, 157 on Penn State, 211 on Michigan, 172 on Wisconsin again, and 174 against Clemson.
He's a stud, man.
He's going to rush for 10 yards a carry.
Dude, some of the holes that were fucking open on the offensive line this year, I mean, you're down Yonda, so.
Yeah.
I'm a Joe D guy, personally.
Run to the left.
I don't know about you guys.
I wonder if one of the more polarizing players to me is Lynn Bowden's teammate on the offensive side of the ball, Logan Stenberg, had 18 penalties or something ridiculous. Yes, Krawcheck, we did see Caliendo's spoof of Gruden, and then also
I missed that, actually. I've never seen that.
Oh, it's really good, of course. And then Gridiron Heights on Bleacher Report saying that Gruden's going to trade Derek Carr for 72 hours of Geek Squad.
I'm kidding, Brandon. I have seen it. That's pretty much where I get my impression from, to be honest. Okay. Get this podcast tweeted out. These shades actually work really well. I've got this other monitor to my left, and the lighting completely changes when I turn my head.
Jake, you look like you should be dropping a 90s R&B album or mixtape.
Or
What I do is I get girls like you jobs that pay upwards of $5,000 for only one day of work, if that's something you'd be interested in.
Or he looks like someone that converted from a defensive end to a star wrestler to an actor.
It's possible. And might be president soon. Who knows?
Dwayne the Cock Johnson.
Brock Lesnar? Oh, yeah, that guy.
You can't see it. I'm actually wearing mom jeans and a fanny pack.
Nice. As one does.
You're wearing sweatpants, don't lie.
I'm wearing shorts.
Ooh, boy. You're a big shorts guy.
Yeah.
Well, sort of. Not really in public, though, because I have skinny bird legs, so I don't want people to see them. I'm very self-conscious.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Brian Edwards. It's not great.
Herd's thinning. Herd is thinning.
So we got Johnny Hightower. We got Donovan Peoples-Jones. We got not a lot else. I don't know. Duvernay. We got Johnson. We got freaking the kid out of Tulane.
Antonio Brown.
We got Antonio Brown coming in here in his helicopter, man. I don't care if he comes to practice or not.
No white women 2020.
You know, hey, man, I thought that whole video thing you did over our private phone conversation was actually really cool. I really appreciate it.
Man. Yeah, like Gruden was really pissed off about that, too. It was hilarious, man.
Darrell Williams out of Mississippi State, another option, interior offensive lineman. Talked about Stenberg.
So the Raiders get Hammer and Hank and Lynn Bowden.
Yep.
Sure. Why not?
Pretty fun.
And they're sending them to Vegas, too.
Vegas, baby, Vegas.
Being a rookie in
Gotta
Vegas.
get out with the beautiful babies.
Being a rookie in Vegas is dangerous.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Is that a Chris D'Elia reference?
Swingers.
Like it.
Remember we watched Swingers?
I do recall. I was
Yeah.
drunk, but I do recall.
Yeah.
It was a great time.
Got to get Spenny hip to that.
Haven't seen it yet.
Missing out. So money, you don't even know it.
So funny. You don't even know it, baby.
No.
Nick Harris out of Washington, very skinny, very slight.
I love comment from P. Watson. We're going to end up settling for another Jaleel Scott or Jordan Lastly.
Oh yeah,
I like it.
let's go. Ben Bredesen coming up. How about that?
Okay.
Neville Gallimore off the board.
That's like the Cowboys pick.
So wait, I'm sorry.
Oklahoma. Fuck.
What? Brian Edwards off the board to who?
Where did he go?
Before the Cowboys.
I want to say it was the Raiders, right?
Yeah, it was, right?
Oh, they went back to back and got Edwards. Oh my God.
Wait,
Is
did
that
they?
right? Is that I
There's
can't
no way that's right. They didn't.
There's no way.
No,
they picked
it's
Bowden.
the Cowboys took him.
Shit.
Cowboys took Edwards. They just took Gallimore.
Yeah, but Edwards is a big slot. Oh, wait, never mind. I don't know what's going on. I don't know where.
The Raiders got Edwards, right?
And Bowden.
And Bowden. Yes.
And
Roy.
Hank.
And they have Tyrell Williams, and they have Hunter Renfro,
What the fuck
and they
are
have and most importantly, how have you not listed Jason Witten yet?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Jason Witten's just going to be like, those legs are not even going to be bending. He's just going to be teleporting down the field.
Oh, a big receiver I've forgotten about as well as Quintez Cephas.
They're actually going to let him cherry pick.
Matt Waldman, a big Quintez Cephas guy, right?
Yes, he is physical as hell, hard to move off the line, stacks well, not that fast, but very strong.
Great name. You know, I'm a big name guy.
There's not. Imagine having a Cephas jersey. That's a little obscure.
It'd be kind of sick.
It would be.
Are we pro or anti tipping picks?
At this point, I'm tipping them.
It's kind of It's.
So I can
I'd prefer
reveal that.
I'd prefer the Ravens pick gets caught on the stream.
I'm not going to
For
reveal
other
that.
teams, I don't care.
Okay. Well, I have a little bird telling me that Cush is off the board.
Boom. Yeah. To the Denver Broncos, that's a good fit.
They need offensive.
Damn, they have not drafted a defensive player, have they?
Judy. Who else I get?
They got Lamb. They got
Judy.
No, they got Judy.
Oh, wait, excuse me. I flipped the Cowboys in my head because I'm looking at them on the screen. They got Judy. They got – who's the other receiver?
The Broncos?
Yeah.
I don't remember. They got the Penn State. AJ Hamler.
Yep. And now Cushenberry.
Cush.
I'm going to use the restroom again. Oh, wait.
Cush in Denver sounds about right.
Yeah, pretty much. You got
PFT joke of the night.
just buy those Papa John stonks.
I'm always in the stonks. Oh yeah. Find a good stonk I like. Hop right on it.
Dude, your stonk is just so high right now.
Couldn't be any better.
Where are you during all this? I forgot to ask you. Are you just at Fed Hill?
I'm at my folks' house right now.
Okay, right. Probably the smart move.
Yeah, I think so. Up in PA. So that's where
Nice.
I'm chilling.
I bet it's not
Here.
there because you're like up in God's country, right?
Bumblefuck.
Nice. Yep, I'm at the folks' house too because that's where I live.
Noise.
Was planning on moving out this year, actually.
Yeah, I would imagine that's kind of threw a wrench into things, but
Yeah, you got it. Probably going to be.
what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
We'll figure it out. We'll figure something out.
All right, we're about to get into hot territory. And so P. Watson, Jaleel Scott, and Jordan Lassie, neither of them were third-round guys.
Jaleel Scott was a fourth, to be fair.
I believe he was a fifth.
He was a fourth. Jordan Lassie was the fifth that year.
Spencer or Jake, give me your Tyler Johnson scouting report.
Runs slant routes and go routes more than anyone else in college football. Unbelievable on both of them. Played outside more than people realize. I think it was like 350 over the last 2 years. I really like him to be like Jarvis Landry.
Yeah, I kind of had poor man's Jarvis Landry in my head. Kind of reminds me of a running back with the ball in his hands a little bit. Very little straightforward out there in the slot. You know, he's a little stock. But yeah, I like him as a nice little possession receiver there that you could probably get with good value on because teams don't seem to value that too much. MD Law so hard. You are not even on Hinge right now, by the way.
Definitely not.
Not in these uncertain times for one thing, and you're also not a guy who's going to be putting in the effort to be on Hinge. You're definitely a Bumble or a Tinder guy.
He's banned from Tinder.
Hinge is like you have to like take a test to like work it.
It's terrible. I've done it once.
Big. People like it, but not me.
Another random pick could be Cameron Clark, the tackle out of Charlotte. They have 3 NFL guys. They're running back, and then Alex Highsmith didn't let up a sack this year. Only let up 4 hurries. Maybe can play some guard.
Can't say that I know who Cameron Clark really is. But I'd listen.
Ben Barch, the kid out of St. John's, hasn't gone yet either, has he?
St. John's
That's the
of
guy
Minnesota.
I was watching the other day too, right?
Yeah, that would
Or I
actually
was watching. Excuse me.
that would actually be awesome.
Yeah, just on one of the monitors and such that he has.
That would be EDC's first non-FBS pick.
What puns are you sending? You're not thinking of puns. And all right, what are you going to do? Meet them out?
No, he's going to meet them in.
Evidently. Yeah, he's. I don't even know why I'm interacting with him right now.
Adam Troutman. There's some options. The Ravens are going to make some weird picks.
They're 91 or 92.
92, 98, 106.
Okay. Playing the long game. Okay. Big relation.
Bryson Hopkins on the board. I think he's not that great.
Purdue.
Donovan Corporate Jones is still there.
Is Hunter Bryant on the board?
Yeah.
Isn't that a Bachelor contestant?
Hmm.
Isn't that a Bachelor contestant?
Yeah, I think so.
Hunter Bryan.
Yeah.
I wouldn't hate Hunter.
Just having fun over here, you know.
He's a good pass catcher.
Yeah, he had a really disappointing 40.
Yeah.
Huge hands.
P. Watson, a big fan.
Big hands are good.
Huge.
Josh Allen. I kind of got like Hunter Hurst vibes from him. I want to say
Hunter
Henry.
No,
or
Hayden Hurst. My bad.
I'll take Hunter Hurst if it's a combo of the two. I'll fucking take that.
Yeah.
Why not? That'd be pretty sick.
Hunter Bryant, Washington.
Yeah. Zell Bryant's from FIU, I want to say.
Lance Airline has him as a developmental traits-based prospect, which I like. Kind of.
Yeah. It's always good. Good sign.
Shout out Antoine Wesley. What if he ends up catching passes this year?
NFL comparison, Jordan Reed for Hunter Bryant.
I mean,
that's really good.
Good.
That's
Don't get hurt as much, but
tight end, offensive lineman, nickel. That's what's going to happen to end round 3.
I'm fine with that.
Amik Robertson.
That would be. I would love that. James Proche, another receiver, had. Good Lord. A lot of production. He had 111 catches this year, 93 the year before, 40 the year before.
J.K. Dobbins hitting us with the big truz.
I saw that.
Like Shores. Oh, Terrell Lewis just went off the board.
There we go.
Wow. I didn't expect him to fall this far. All right.
Who took him, Rams?
Yes.
So the Rams have had a pretty solid draft if he ends up being healthy relatively. They got Akers, Van Jefferson.
Yeah, I mean, Van Jefferson, that's a good pick. I really wanted him with that.
Oh, wow. McVay is like freaking out right now.
Oh, yeah.
He looks pissed.
Well, Les Snead doing his thing, I guess.
I'm pretty sure that like McVay was not yelling, but like very angry talking to Les Snead just now.
Well, what are you gonna do? I feel like Terrell Lewis was on the Ravens' radar big time, but nothing really happened with that. So
the old medicals.
Yeah.
KJ Hill on the board? Yeah.
He's there.
All right.
KJ Hill's there.
I like
it. Seven picks here.
All right. So there's some okay receiving options still. They're okay. Watch him take Colin Johnson.
It's fine.
I fucking hate.
I'm fine with that.
I hate super tall receivers.
What's he like, 6'6"?
Yeah.
All right. A confusing ass logo. I feel like it looks way more like the Chargers logo than the Rams, but maybe that's just me.
Why am I watching Terrell Lewis in a Mike Tyson cartoon?
Why would you not be?
Are you watching ESPN?
ABC.
Okay. Well, NFL Network, I didn't really see that.
They look relatively alike, so I'm assuming they're relatives.
NFL Network and ESPN are simulcasting this year, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
Ooh. Don't know a thing about him.
Who was it?
Julian Blackmon.
Is that Utah slot cornerback?
Yeah.
Or no, that's a Utah free safety.
Yeah.
Didn't
in relation to Justin is the question.
Didn't watch a ton.
That's a great question, actually.
All right.
Where did Terrell
What's that?
Where did Terrell Lewis go?
He went to the Rams.
Los Angeles.
I like that.
Oh, all right. So my Ravens group chat wants Kevon Wallace.
Okay, that's good too. Yep, that would be sick.
Fine. That'd be fine, right?
Yep.
Safety.
Yep.
Good
He's
locker room guy.
He's a slot. He's a safety slot.
All right.
Him, Amik Robertson. Yeah, so there's plenty of options. I get why they like the depth there. James Lynch, Anthony Jennings. I guess James Lynch might make people go a little crazy.
That's the Baylor guy, right?
Yep. He would be like a 5 tech more so than a 3. Like Matabuke and him are not terribly dissimilar in size.
Sure.
I'm getting antsy.
So am I.
Like super, super antsy.
So am I.
How about that?
Interior pass rush Rex games.
Jordan Elliott. That'd be too much, right?
I don't think Jordan Elliott. I don't love Jordan. I like.
Spenny Kuiper is about to come out here.
I don't think.
God.
Gonna have to disagree with you here, Todd.
So Jordan Elliott had 5.5 sacks over the last 22 games.
Mm.
I'm
They got like a
big on
Jake
production.
I'm sorry.
Jake Fromm's got like a disco light thing going in the background.
That's sick.
Yeah,
His hair is out of control.
high and tight.
Terrell Lewis's like draft room setup, whatever this is, like shrine to him is so sick.
Shrine to him.
His home basement, whatever this is like awesome.
We're working on finishing up part of our basement.
Hell yeah. Rams did really well for themselves. If Terrell Lewis can play a little bit and not have terrible injury problems.
Van Jefferson.
Zach Moss off the board.
Bills.
Yes.
Nice little 1-2 punch with him and Singletary.
It's interesting.
Yes. No one in his family died. That's good.
Hopefully. I mean, Jesus.
It's not in his bio, so it didn't happen.
Yeah, good point. They would have combed through all the records.
She the one that said his sister and his mother were addicted to drugs in his bio.
Yeah, that was sick. Mother's
Man, that is rough.
a little bit.
We have to display that to the world. That is something.
Elite level tweet. The 11 p.m. hour is going to be nuts for the Ravens. This is where Eric DeCosta pulls one of these 3 guys that 5 years from now will get a $75 million deal with the London Jaguars or Mexico City Chargers. And of course, he will get another 3rd rounder in the 2026 draft.
The Southern California / Orange County Chargers, brought to you by Goodyear, is going to be paying him for
The Napa Valley Chargers.
Yeah.
The Sonoma Chargers.
The Big Bear Chargers.
Give me Rod Blankenship and then flip him for a 2nd round pick.
You flip that for a 5th round pick that you turn into like a Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
You literally have nothing in your life other than football if your bio is mom and sister are addicted to drugs. That's an astute point.
Benjamin Albright. Anyone who doesn't know who Ajamudia is doesn't really follow football.
Ooh, is that Alberto?
No, that's
I don't know how to pronounce his name anyway. So.
It's a corner out of I think Kansas, and it's Michael Ajamudia, the Broncos corner. I don't know that person, and
Albright is located in Denver and kind of a douche. So,
oh my god, huge douche, but
just
pretty fun.
Hollywood.
Ooh, Anthony Jennings coming off the board.
Patriots?
Yes.
No.
That's a good draft for them, man.
Pretty good pick. That's pretty good.
They've got Uche, him.
Ed Moss still there.
I'm sorry?
Ed Moss.
Yeah. Spencer's saying he's like a guy that people recognize because of his name and the big plays he made on the stage, but he's more of like a 5th, 6th round player.
Thad Moss just went off?
No. He's still there.
He's still there.
He's talking about Zach Moss, the Utah running back, Jake.
No, I was.
He was talking about Thad Moss.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just said, is he still out there.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I think that Ossie goes before him. I think that Troutman goes before him. I think that
Isn't that what they used to call you at Towson? Ossie.
oi oi oi.
My name's so nice, they named him twice.
Ossie, oi oi oi.
It's some sort of like tapa that you can get at like some shitty like Mexican chain restaurant. You're gonna have the
CSE.
Antonio Golden or Gandy Golden, I have watched zero of.
And Golden.
He gets some buzz. 6'4", like 220 receiver.
I would pay money to see Dick Vitale pronounce his name.
Antonio Gandy Golden getting out there on the
Dandy.
He's a PTPer, baby.
And then Mike Green is just sitting there like, bang! This is good ball.
Be amazing.
Jeez. MD lost so hard. I haven't been looking at the comments, but
He's been firing off. He's getting a little too feisty down there. He's hitting the
I think we ignored his who do you think the Ravens were targeting when they dipped their feet in the trade up market in the first round? I don't know, man. Judy, I don't know.
one of the receivers, I think.
Then you literally have nothing in your life other than football if your bio is mom and sister are addicted to
I already read that one. Were you not listening?
maybe I was in the bathroom or up my own ass.
You're always that. So
Hollywood worked at Six Flags Brown.
that's a good point. Valley of the Canyons. Everyone remembers that.
He was the okay, wait, go. Guy.
He's like measuring people's heights to see if they can make it on. It's like, hey, dude, you're probably not even tall enough to ride this. And he's like, you know what? I'm just trying to do my job here. Can we just move it along?
Who runs your main Twitter account? Is that Kyle?
For Baltimore Beatdown? He does, but we both have access to it.
I do not.
Oh, okay. I do then.
The Dallas Sooners, Lincoln Riley tweeted. Lamb and what, Gallimore?
Lincoln Riley to the Cowboys.
Lincoln Riley.
I'd rather have him than
Jared Jones.
Well, actually, I didn't MD Law so hard because he has access to the Instagram and I do not. So a little give and take.
It's a little give and take. Kyle Duggar, Josh Uche, and Fernie Jennings for the Patriots. That's wild.
That's wild, man.
Versatile.
If we don't draft a receiver,
All y'all do is criticize.
I don't know. Someone just said we might have a Kamar Aiken comeback tour.
Yeah. Over my dead body.
I was a big Kamar Aiken guy.
I will put my foot down and do nothing about it.
Jerry Sandusky on the call. Lamar to Kamar. Touchdown Ravens.
Oh, the haze of the morn. They're dancing in the aisles.
Rumor has it that Kamar Aiken is upset with not getting enough targets from quarterback.
Rumor has it.
Sick callback to Adele.
Yeah, for sure.
Ben Barch.
Sounds like a football guy.
Ben Barch, John Simpson. Let's see. C.P. Watson, they still are not through the wide receiver class. Devin Duvernay is at a Power 5 school catching 103 passes. Tyler Johnson is PFF's like literally the number one highest graded receiver they've had over the last 2 years and last year. There's still some guys.
That's an astute point. It was deep, then they all got drafted.
Yeah. Ravens are Miles Boykin dependent.
He was a third-round pick. Like, you got to fucking do something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Tandon Doss.
Got to have some faith.
Tandon Doss,
fourth round, right?
I think so.
Is that the Joe Flacco hand-picked wide receiver?
Joe Flacco.
Let's maybe
Joe
not consult with the guy who plays pinball in his basement.
Joe Flacco's looking through. He's like, Tandon. Never heard that name before. Oh.
Yeah, probably go ahead and pick him, I guess.
He's tan and he's a Don.
Yeah, he's the tan Don. Look how they massacred my boy. Tommy Streeter, another good pull there.
Miami.
Who's
Tommy.
Yamon Figures is a tough scene.
Whoa. Easy on Yamon Figures.
He was third rounder? Or was he?
Was it that high?
I think he was a third rounder.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He was a 40 champion of his year.
He was a fast little MFer, but just couldn't pull it together.
Tommy Streeter, hell yeah, Kyle. Jaleel Scott, Antoine Wesley.
Browns getting a D lineman out of Missouri.
I am still there, TV. Clown. You still there? Yeah, I'm still here. I'm streaming. Can't you tell?
Do you even stream, bro?
I do.
That's good. I don't know. I won at 92.
Okay, so you're 4 picks away.
Something like that.
Watch them trade up now.
Donovan Corporate Jones, BS.
Yeah, it is.
He's a real BS.
Aaron Millett. There's a name.
Aaron Millett. Shout out to Elon University. Your boy actually interviewed there. Had a couple that ended up going, actually.
Aaron Millett.
That's a good point from Pete Watson. It's just funny that this is the typical wide receiver scenario for the Ravens every year, and this was supposed to be one of the deepest classes ever, and yet here we are again. It's like, yeah, that's kind of how it usually happens. Like, you go in and you're like, oh, wow, what a deep class. This is amazing. Greatest wide receiver class ever. And it's just like, no, we'll pass. But they took their swings last year. I mean, you know.
They did.
Yeah.
They do need to pick one, though. I mean, at some point,
Yes.
they don't have any right now.
I mean, easily J.K. Dobbins will replace Marshall Yonda and Hayden Hurst. It's like not even a question. And Seth Roberts, who everybody loves to hate on, but took like 51% of snaps.
That guy.
Shout out to Seth.
All right, let's see that
again.
Antoine Wesley, the future 1,000-yard receiver? Question mark. LOL. JK.
What do you think about this comment? 14-2, bro. We will be fine.
How drunk are you, MD Law? So hard because that is.
He was so drunk that he couldn't figure out how to get himself on screen. So
no, he's just remaining anonymous as usual.
Oh yeah, he's an anonymous internet troll. We forgot about that.
Yeah, that's our boy though. That's my troll. That's my troll.
We love him. He's our little bulldog.
That's my trolling back.
Mad Ibuke.
I do hope to see him at 1 star sometime soon. When all these uncertain times are over.
Watch it be Duvernay, then KJ Hill, then Antonio Diaper Dandy Golden Gandy.
Diaper Dandy.
Antonio Diaper Dandy Golden Gandy. With the alley-oop from Lamar Action Jackson.
One more time. Antonio Gandhi Golden. No one's picking up the Antonio Margariti reference there.
Antonio Margariti.
Antonio Golden Gandy drinks a margarita.
One more time for me, please.
Dominic DeCoco.
Dominique DeCoco.
Margarita.
Gorlami.
Arrivederci.
Kevin Stefanski has a bumble, and I know it.
Gorlami. he's big into the divorced dad scene. He's got the wingtips with the gray hair. Maybe he looks like he had a couple too many drinks the night before. Not to judge.
Wears sick Under Armour 3/4 to the bar, but it looks normal.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Lee Westwood of the NFL. I'm a big fan.
How casual do we think Goodell gets with this? Like round 4, he's reclined.
He already went to the recliner in the second round. It's like
he's got his feet up.
He's wearing a compression shirt, and I can see it.
God, I wish I had Roger Goodell's life.
He's in Ron Burgundy's living room right now. Definitely smells of mahogany and leather.
Yeah, mahogany and rich leather and smoking cigar.
Look at the picture of his puppy too. His puppy was so cute.
Yeah,
it's old now, but that's young puppy, or maybe
I think a DC area guy for a time. Roger Goodell, big Baltimore Colts fan back in the day.
Him and Billy B.
Billy B.
Him and Loudy. He's getting rowdy up in whatever section in Memorial Stadium. I never had the pleasure.
Shout out to my girl Sarah Ellison, one of my favorite Ravens.
I love Sarah.
She's the best, but she goes Ravens offensive trifecta for years to come. QB Lamar, wide receiver Hollywood, running back J.K. Dobbins. First comment, where's Mark Andrews? She just goes, whoopsies.
He's there. Like, I mean, do you need to correct everyone on that or?
Yeah, she's that's just leave her alone. But it's just a adorable way of addressing that, and then you just feel bad for like if the person who tried to correct her doesn't feel bad after, we got a problem.
Leave it alone. Like we get it.
Senior Chowdhury or
Taylor Gabriel is still in the market.
Yes, Taylor Gabriel would be fine. I think that would be a welcome, low cost addition.
Cameron Dantzler.
Cameron Diamonds on me dancing. Diamonds on me dancing. Very, very, very good corner. Bodied Jamar Chase. Bodied everyone in the SEC.
Shout out to the Larry David alias in the second most recent season of Curb, Buck Dancer.
P. Watson, did you just say, did we trade again? Because
Mr. Dancer,
I'll freak out.
Is that when he has the fatwa on him?
Yeah, and he's got like the wig and the mustache.
Yeah.
Fatwa episodes are some of the most ridiculous possible TV or movie that you can watch.
I haven't watched the most recent season. I got to get on that.
The Fatwa.
Oh, man.
I got halfway through
hilarious.
and I was like, all right, this is okay. I'm not like all the way in on it. So I'm going to probably.
Is that one of the free ones from HBO?
No, I actually watched them when they were airing like 2 years ago, whatever it was. I probably got halfway.
It came back.
Yeah, and that was like my last semester in college. So I was like trying to like study and shit. And, like I couldn't keep up with it ultimately. But yeah.
I will cry tears of blood if Willie Gay forces a fumble against the Ravens in M&T Bank Stadium this year.
Are we scheduled to play them?
Huh?
Do they play them this year?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
In M&T Bank Stadium.
Okay. Well, you'll be there and you'll be the 12th man cheering them on.
I will be crying tears of blood if Willie Gay causes a turnover against the Ravens.
We should tailgate that game, provided everything is kosher by that point.
Hopefully, he's suspended by then.
You're a very bitter soul right now, aren't you? I don't like this from you. You're usually the ebullient, positive voice of this podcast.
What a word.
Give me Amik Robertson or give me death, and I'll be fine.
Gary Barnidge.
What a name. Gary Barnidge. Around the NFL podcast, Dan Hens has always said that he sounded like he should have a British accent.
Gary Barnidge.
Gary Barnidge.
Mike Zimmer drafting a corner. Wow. Who would have thought?
Jonathan Greenard off the board.
Yikes.
To the Texans?
Texans.
Okay.
Solid pick.
How many more picks for the Ravens tonight? 3?
3 more. We got 92, 98, and 106. How about that?
Cash me outside. How about that?
How about that? Trade alert.
Oh, that's not good.
Las Vegas Raiders. Trade picks to the Patriots.
They're just taking full advantage tonight.
Drafted Jake Fromm. This has got to be Jake Fromm. I'm calling this shit.
I kind of hope so, but like, why would they jump in front of the Ravens for Jake Fromm?
Yeah, well,
I don't know, just for fun.
Unless they think the Titans would take him.
At this point, they're not giving up like major capital to make moves. It's just like we're about to end the night soon. Maybe they don't have another pick today, and they just want to go.
They do need a wide receiver,
unless this is Chris Fink, and they just love the small white receiver.
Chris Fink definitely not getting drafted, but that's a nice thought.
No,
did you guys know that Chris Hogan
my hopes
didn't even play at like Monmouth? And
I'd love
he
it.
did play lacrosse at Penn State. I don't know if you knew that,
but he like barely played at Monmouth, and the Patriots signed him just based on a pro day for someone else.
Well, no, he was on that Hard Knock season with the Dolphins where Ocho Cinco named him 7-Eleven. And so like everyone's like, oh, this guy is sick. Like because he's always open. So it was like, oh, 7-Eleven. Like that's why
Nico Cantalupo, our boy Nico.
Oh, Nico Cantalupo.
Yeah, but Kyle, good point. If you guys like the stream, we're gonna be streaming probably 95+% of our episodes from now on. And we'll do some streams, especially during the COVID situation. where we're just gonna talk some football and whatever into our episodes. So like, subscribe, all that good stuff, and join us. Have some beers, have some stupid conversations, and this way you guys can ask us questions while we're live. So I love that.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
He likes to stream. He loves to stream.
I got
His
us.
mother was a streamer.
Nico, Nico, do you want DPJ? Yes or no? Give it to us.
Oh, he is reclining now, so I definitely called that shit.
DPJ, do you want DPJ?
So
He's been
Jonathan Grinnard off the board.
Aussie. Because they don't need Aaron Hernandez coming back from the gulag.
Dude, Roger is just fully leaned back right
From
now.
the gulag.
I called that shit.
He looks like me. Devin Aussie.
The Asiasi, the good
Aussie.
route runner, has some double move ability. Definitely a smooth cat. So Patriots did what they needed to do. Got some.
Nico does want the Peoples Jones, but he is a Michigan fan, which I did not know.
I would be on board with Donovan Peoples-Jones. I did not like the idea of him in the second round necessarily, but absolutely big catch radius.
To
Pretty
me,
fair-handed.
another we keep making this comparison for guys, but it feels like another Boykin kind of, which I'm fine with.
Yeah. He could play a little bit more in the slot than Boykin, but they fit a similar profile as like freak athletes.
Drop it.
Goodell is about to fall asleep.
Well, they're definitely also not going to pick him, so like I don't know why we're breaking this down.
Yes,
Weekend
they're
at
picking.
It's like whoever DeCosta says is the best player, they're going to pick, and it's probably not him.
They're going to pick Amik Robertson or Ben Barch. Those are my final
I'd be fine with a cornerback. I'd love a offensive lineman.
Benjamin Barch.
Like I said, I'm not looking at the chat for anyone trying to spoil the pick to me.
All right, yeah, we'll go straight at the TV screen.
Dude, Bill is just
Matt, look up. Go to the TV screen.
Yes, sir.
We're doing it for this one, and we're finishing beverages to celebrate another win.
I'll finish. Shout out to the Guinness Open Gate Brewery in Fort, Maryland.
I peeked at the chats by accident, and someone said Natane Muti. And at this point in the draft, I'm not opposed to that.
Solid. It's solid. You could slide him in the guard, right?
He's the guy. He's also the guy. I remember talking to Jonas. That was the guy who ate the 50 In-N-Out burgers or whatever.
Yeah, he had a serious Achilles injury, and then I think he's had two pretty serious injuries. But if he's the pick, that means he has clean medicals. So
I don't know if it's confirmed because the guy said Amick, Weaver, Malik, or Natane would be nice.
Curtis Weaver also on the board. Holy crap!
Malik.
About that.
There's a lot of eeks going around.
I wish this camera was zoomed right into Costa's face right now.
Do you want to be a cop, or do you want to pretend to be a cop?
I'm not a cop. Are you a dog?
See, I'm looking at Jesse Palmer on ABC right now.
Dude, I love Jesse Palmer. Such a bro.
Definitely such a bro.
Go to ESPN. What are you doing?
I'm on a Chromecast because I'm in the basement and doesn't have a cable box, and ESPN's being annoying.
Oh, finished basement must be nice.
You guys should have you guys seen the beer wall?
No.
No.
I'll show you after the pick.
Okay.
All right.
Actually, I'll go now.
All right. Oh, that's pretty neat.
Hold on. All different cans.
Sick.
Is there a Schlitz in there?
I love Schlitz.
Yes, there is.
Fantastic.
Is that your basement or the franchise?
Friends.
Gotcha. That's pretty cool.
Cool 45.
Are they
It's
empty cans or are they real beer?
Empty.
Okay.
It goes all the way.
That's wild, man. It's like a frat star grew up and like had some class.
All right, pick us in.
I'm watching.
No spoilers.
I'm not spoiling. I got my hater blockers on.
You block them haters.
Oh, yeah.
Call that shit haterade.
You see, I'm looking at this board and I like this draft the more I think about it.
Yes, I agree. Like I tweeted out, the 13-year-old fan in us wants the flashy trade up, and
I want that every year, regardless of how old I am. I'm going to be 50 and bitching.
There's always a 13-year-old. We always have that childish, fan.
Marquise Brown Jr.
Yeah, really. Lamar Jackson Jr. the third is like the best wide receiver ever.
Yeah.
Miami, and they're just passing on him.
Truz Jackson.
Truz Jackson.
Pick is in. All right. Giddy up.
Find out. Let's head to the commissioner and listen to what he had to say.
All right. It's pretty solid.
Okay, with the 92nd pick,
I'm ahead. But that's fine.
the Baltimore Ravens select Devin Duvernay.
There it is.
Let's go. Okay. Boom. Everyone can shut up now. Let's go.
Big shot.
4.39, breaks tackles, unbelievable slot ability. They'll put him in motion.
Great name.
Let me grab a brewski, fellas. I'll be back.
I'm gonna get one too.
How we feeling, Nico? David Kennedy, how we feeling? MD, how we feeling, everybody? We have been saying his name all night, so everyone can chill. And he's a guy. The thing about Devin Duvernay in a lot of other drafts, yes, David absolutely has great hands, awesome underneath, can just run, has that 4.39 speed, and make people respect the vertical aspect. I mean, Golden Tate with speed, less wiggle. Yes, so they get the vertical burner, they trade down, and just, I mean, watch the kid's highlights. He torched LSU. Torched LSU. So really good pick, really good value. Traded back, have 2 more picks ready to go. And Hollywood Insurance, P. Watson, yes, because Hollywood, although he can play on the outside, and he does play on the outside, they like him in the slot more. It's exactly what we're talking about. Someone who you have to respect his speed. He's a little rigid as a route runner, like a little robotic, but he also is so athletic that it like works. He's like a track athlete as a route runner, and it's a work in progress. And God knows that going to play with Hollywood, who is with freaking Gold Feet Global and all the craziest agility footwork guys, absolutely going to be able to put him in a good position. Sure-handed, tough to the catch point, speed, returner, yak, gadget, fly sweep, motion, all that good stuff. Those are the buzzwords, baby.
Look at John Harbaugh.
I don't see him, sadly.
All
But
right,
Devin Duvernay, also Kyler Murray's cousin, I believe.
Why is he freaking out?
I don't know.
I guess that was one of his guys.
He's like, let's go.
So that's who they've been targeting this whole time, Devin Duvernay.
Because Harbaugh just fist pumped like I've never seen him.
That was a wild scene.
Oh, for sure.
I want to pump the TV for a little while. I'm not going to lie.
Speed. Well, we have to do the podcast right now. Unless you want to wait until we've made
Let me get this story. Let me get this background story on Devin Duvernay off of.
So they make how many picks within the next how long?
They're 98 and then 106.
Yeah, let's just do the.
Why don't we do a 3-parter?
Yeah, that's fine.
Why don't we just cover all 3 of them?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, this will be our 3rd episode. Yeah, let's do that.
Third episode, 3 players. Okay.
There you go. Now our boys, you got Nico Cantalupo and our boys inside the creative process. Never mind, I'm good to go. They didn't even do a story on him. But let's do a 3-parter still.
Yeah, that's fine.
So yeah, let's go down and talk Devin Duvernay. So Sam Ehlinger, very limited passer, kind of like a Shea Patterson if Shea Patterson wasn't a bitch.
Sick.
If I want to put it that way, like a little bit more competitive, athletic, and willing to sacrifice his body and like doesn't panic quite as badly. But definitely a limited passer. So a lot of bubble screens, a lot of that stuff. Duvernay was, I think, a really high star recruit. I think he was a 4 or 5-star again. So back to the well of Power 5 schools, blue blood programs. DaCosta is going big in that department. So that seems to be a very strong theme of his draft picks. So 1.51 yard split. That's unbelievable. Jumps were okay. 3-cone was not good. See, 7.13 second 3-cone is so low, and that freaks me out. Like, that doesn't sound that bad. Apparently that's so bad. Caught 42 screens last year, but that means that he caught over 50 non-screens, 13 yards per catch. He was a 4-star recruit. He was a number 37 overall recruit of 2016. So all these guys have been super high school recruits, blue blood programs, another Texas kid, another Texas school, track star, track champion, Kyler Murray's cousin. Boom. Tons of good stuff.
Interesting. I didn't know they were cousins.
5'10", 200 on the dot, 9.5-inch hands, which are larger hands. Arms not super long. Let's see where his snaps all were. He caught 12 deep balls actually last year. And do you know how many CeeDee Lamb caught? Or excuse me, how many Henry Ruggs caught? 4.
Cole tweets, there's a few ways to look at this. Maybe Duvernay and Boykin both bust. Maybe they drafted in back-to-back drafts, all in the first 3 rounds, their future X, Z, and slot receiver.
Very good way to put it. Well said by Cole. Deshaun Elliott, who's a Texas kid, former teammate, never seen this man drop a pass.
We like that. And to that, crack another one.
I'm going to go grab reinforcements. I have oh wow, I'm going to be hammered, aren't I? Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's Friday, bro.
You think? Adam Gase. What a guy.
I'm a big Adam Gase guy.
Who isn't, though?
Yeah,
Joe
right.
Douglas.
My friend who's a Jets fan is not. Understand.
You definitely have to watch the 2001 Hard Knocks.
No, I've seen it.
Oh, okay. All right,
Yeah,
fair enough.
I'm a big fan. The hits that they were getting off in that, Channing Sharp with the bucket hat. I remember Joe Douglas as the Turk.
Yeah. Todd Heap just relentlessly getting teased.
Cadre is a big character in that too, which I like.
Yeah.
It's a fun one.
Yeah. Get a little Randall Cunningham cameo.
Was he in? I don't remember that. I haven't watched it in a couple years probably, but I'll check.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. Duvernay.
Jake, you belong in the death row picture, my brother, with the black outfit. Yeah, I mean, just trying to hold it down fashion wise. I mean, we can't go outside or do anything, so I've got to.
If you just like do that, like just do a little something like that. Yeah.
Just trying to bring the swag a little bit. Matty P is a G. I agree.
So Devin Duvernay has the lowest drop pass percentage of any Power 5 receiver over the last 2 years. Hands, baby.
We like that. We like hands.
Yeah, we don't like Jordan Lasley. So basically, Jordan Lasley went like 140 or something.
No, he was a 5th rounder, right?
Like one. That's like 170.
Not a math guy, by the way.
I highly suggest when you get a second, Spencer, to check out that fist pump by Harbaugh.
Where is it on Twitter?
It's probably you
The
get
Ravens official.
He was. I have not seen him that jacked up about a draft pick. It's like, all right.
Especially for Devin Duvernay.
Yeah, it's like it's a 3rd round wide receiver. Probably chill a little bit, but it's okay. I like the excitement. I'm excited too. Clink. What does bookmarks son mean, Kyle?
Pick 162 is Jordan Lasley. That's what he's saying, and he bookmarked that on his Chrome. I'm assuming.
He's a big PFRF guy. He just always has PFRF.
Very, very organized as well with his tabs.
Yeah, must be nice. My tabs are just running wild over here, as always. Cole carried MZI. Okay.
Nico Cantalupo, Patterson is a mega bitch. Yes. See, we're on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, like when the couple times they went against Ohio State and he was the quarterback and he'd go out there, I'd just be like, nope, this isn't happening. They're not today.
Wait, who just took Darrington Evans?
I believe that was the Titans.
Okay, I thought it was the Packers for a split second on the clock, and I was about to be like, the Packers really drafted quarterback, running back for Aaron Rodgers.
That'll be sick.
My mom is now on here. Hi, Mom.
Mrs. Sharp.
Mrs. Sharp, Lisa Sharp.
Sharp, yeah, I forgot.
You like Devin, Mom? Tell me why.
Duvernay. I want Goodell to have a smoking jacket and a pipe by the end of this round.
Yeah, that'll be awesome.
Goodell is like, I think he took an Ambien a half an hour ago. He looks very sleepy. Looks very sleepy.
He does look like he's kind of losing it a little bit. It's kind of like the 10:30 p.m. on Thanksgiving aesthetic going right now.
AJ Epinesa is a part of Bills Mafia. I just love players that the Bills draft.
Look at ZJ Batman getting.
Look at that hair! Holy shit, that is.
My mom said she likes Devin Duvernay because he's fast and well spoken, and that is probably the exact reason why John Harbaugh likes him.
That sounds like me, kind of fast and well spoken. You guys don't know that about me, but I'm very fast. I could probably beat both of you in a race.
No way. I can cook.
You're on.
I feel like Matt is the fastest of the three of us.
We'll see what happens. I was just the fastest on my little league baseball team, but who's counting?
Wow, sick, dude.
Were you a pinch runner regularly?
I was only a pinch runner. I was a high on base guy, a low average guy.
You're either like a slapping middle infielder, or you're just like getting thrown in there to like.
ZJ Canner, our boy ZJ Canner has now joined.
I just said that. Yeah, ZJ Batman is getting in the mix.
That's our boy. All right, interesting question on Twitter. Who wins in a 40-yard dash, Hollywood or Duvernay?
Or me?
I'm going to say Matt Pine 1, Jake Luke 2, Hollywood 3, Duvernay 4.
Okay.
I feel pretty confident in that. You know?
You're a sneaky big guy. You've got long legs.
Oh, yeah. Legs for days.
So,
yeah.
It's possible.
Oh, yeah.
Packers took the Cincinnati tight end. Okay. But yeah, Duvernay, I'm excited about that a lot. Hands.
Definitely, man. Manufactured touches. Is that going to be a thing, or is he more of just a?
That's something. See, that always makes so much sense, and there's so many opportunities in Greg Roman's offenses for bubble screens and tunnel screens and double screens and screens and fences and whatever other kind of screen there can be. Mosquito nets. I don't even know. He just doesn't call them. He just doesn't call them enough. And I would love.
Yeah, I mean, you think about like Hollywood got that big one in the New England game. There's a couple other you can think of. So find a way to make it work.
I would love to see that be a more frequent thing. I would also like to see they run so much jet motion, but not actually jet sweeps. And again, in that New England game, Hollywood took one and ran up the sideline. So I would love to see more actual jet sweeps, some more reverses, some more option variations based off of jet sweeps, all that good stuff. That's stuff that Andy Reid runs. It's a lot of Andy Reid modern West Coast stuff, but it's there in the Ravens offense.
So Jake Fromm's hair is still normal. I was totally mistaking him for somebody else in his room.
He has a brother that looks very similar from what I recall.
I think his brother probably is letting the lettuce grow a little bit because like I saw him and I was like, that kind of looks like him, but his hair is like super moppy right now. What's going on?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting real Blue Mountain State vibes from Jacob Eason.
Agreed.
Like
Alex Moran.
Reminds me of Alex Moran for sure.
Yeah.
And Jake Fromm was QB1, so he was getting that trickle down P.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Doing a victory lap.
Mom says, which of these three will be on the team in 2 years? I don't know what that means, Mom. Are we talking draft picks? They'll all be on the team in 2 years.
Never know.
A says Cleveland has a 97th pick. They're going to try to piss us off. They don't even know how. They're playing checkers. Let's be real.
Who are we cutting with Dobbins? Who's gone?
About that earlier.
Gus Edwards.
Edwards for sure.
Okay.
Sorry if that offends.
That's a shame. That's all I'm going to say. That's a damn shame.
They'll squeeze a fifth round out of. Torrey Smith loves it.
Of course he does. Torrey Smith loves.
Torrey Smith also is trying to get a coaching job with the Ravens, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's trying to do something with them, which is I wouldn't hate. He's also getting into the podcast game a little bit, which Torrey,
Come on over.
Stay in your lane a little.
No. Whoa. Don't talk to Tori like that.
No,
Tori does what Tori wants.
Tori can come on over.
Tori.
Hashtag
you know what, Tori, I'm not trying to be like an NFL wide receiver that wins 2 Super Bowls. How about you don't come into my corner over here in podcast?
hashtag come to the Baltimore Beatdown podcast.
That's fine. If he wants to be the third host on this show, then more power to him. But
I will grow my hair out into Torrey Smith dreads if he comes on the show. How about
I'm
that?
just saying he's punching above his weight, competition wise, if he's trying to. Yeah.
That's my point. So Nico Cantalupo said Justice Hill moves to return. And we've already seen Justice Hill return a little bit. I think he's okay. I think he, can
I don't know if he's like quick and creative like that, to be honest. I think he's more powerful than we were thinking.
Yes.
That's more his game.
He also just doesn't have experience in it. I think it's something that you don't just P. Watson saying, what do you guys think about Simpson from Clemson? I love Clemson. I love John Simpson. Fits into a versatile offense, and I think people are a little too critical of him and don't consider the level of competition that he played really well against. Scoop blocks, pulling, screens, really effective in all of those, has super long arms and devastating power. He's clunky. He's a big guy, but there's 2 schools of thought that I have on a guy like that. The Ravens' current interior offensive linemen are Skura, Powers, Macari, Bozeman. Those guys all fit an above average mobility profile, and none of them are really maulers. And Simpson will devastate people, and I think that would be a good guy just to have in the fold. Maybe he doesn't end up starting. Maybe he isn't the best in the end, but get a power guy in there, get an actual devastating run blocker. Maybe he ends up being the one that wins out the job. So that's my 2 cents on Simpson.
Is Goodell suffering from sudden onset diabetes from all the M&Ms? He's fading more and more. I agree. It's kind of like the don't smoke pot commercials back in the early 2000s when you're just like sinking further and further into your couch. Like he's just
right now.
That lazy boy. Like,
oh shit,
we got to inject him with some Red Bull.
I wanted this guy. Not gonna lie.
Who is it?
Lucas Niang.
I agree. I'm surprised he fell so far. I think he'll be a long-term starter.
Oh, they got Chiefs too. Shit. Oh shit. What are you gonna do?
High-level tweet. Somebody explain the Green Bay Packers organization to me like I'm 5.
Is that Ben Baldwin?
Matt Hicks. Dan Kadar, huge, locked on NFL, I think.
He used to be.
He's SB Nation. He said, "Hey, look, the Baltimore Ravens are crushing the draft again." Yeah,
big Dan Kadar fan. I think he actually came on the Take It to the Bank podcast, which was the Baltimore Beatdown podcast before the Baltimore Beatdown podcast. Shout out to Logan, now working as a coach for Mayville State in North Dakota.
So what's going to end up happening here? Let's say Ravens go offense to close out this round. And the negative comments after the Dobbins and the Matabuke picks are
Matabuke.
I thought they were going to build an unguardable offense or whatever the hell. Suddenly, if you have
people think the draft like you can just get one player and all of a sudden you're unguardable. Like let's calm down a little bit here, guys.
I mean, maybe like 5 guys end up being Pro Bowl level talents in year 1 out of this entire draft class.
I'm very happy right now with the way things have shaken out.
I agree.
Simpson.
I agree. And what did Eric DeCosta say? There's value on day 2 and 3 later in the draft for receivers. There's guys that can be immediate starters. Duvernay is going to play a lot.
Oh, yeah.
It's absurd that we still have 2 more picks.
Because Hollywood can be an outside guy. Boykin can be an outside guy. Snead and Duvernay can be slot guys.
Yeah. And then they just put guys in motion so they can
also the offense is weird as fuck, so they can do anything with any player they want.
Right. And Hollywood Insurance, he fits the category of vertical threat, slot fade, something that Hollywood does very well. Run those slot fades down the sideline, the right sideline, because that's where Lamar likes to throw deep. And boom.
What's the breakdown on Jacob Phillips?
Run and hit thumper, a little late, very thick body. I think he was vastly underrated by general media pundits.
Oh, go ahead. I apologize.
You saw the pick already?
No, we got a shout out from Matthew McConaughey.
Get the fuck
Not the stream, but the Ravens.
Devin Duvernay for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, because of
All right, this guy's gonna get the ball in his hands, and he's gonna be as smooth as butter getting down the field. You don't know nothing about it. That's the thing I love about these wide receivers. I get older, they stay the same age. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Hook 'em horns, hook 'em up, and I'll hook
You scoring a touchdown? Be a lot cooler if you did.
so Lucas Niang, your boy Matt,
All right.
Yeah.
975 pass blocking snaps in the last 3 years. Guess how many sacks he gave up?
Ravens pick is in. So
3-0. Oh shit. All right.
yeah, Ravens pick is in. So let's stay.
Dare I say it? Nyang Gang.
Still, Nyang. Pass protection for everyone every month. 1,000 pass protections per month.
You get a block, and you get a block.
Yang gang. All right, that was the last one.
Don't look at the chat nor Twitter. We're gonna wait this one.
Oh, shit. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna try. Matt, stop it. Matt, stop it.
Stop it, Spencer.
Don't do it. Nico, I want you to call it ahead of time right now, but I'm not gonna look.
You might know because he's probably looking at Twitter.
Dude, Nico's our fucking boy.
I'm a big Nico Cantalupo guy.
Ooh, what about a little? Would it be too much to say a little Bradley and Nye action?
Ooh, Matt, you dirty dog.
A what?
Bradley and Nye from
Oh
Utah.
yeah. Oh what an eye. Oh what an eye. The roof.
Oh, what a night.
Oh what an eye.
What? My Bradley. I need an edge rusher. Probably.
I love how Lacey definitely decorated Eric's office in there. He's got the green chair.
Guys, I looked.
Okay, that's fine. I want to hear the picking
Had
now.
a pact.
It's
I'm
really
actually being patient here.
It's really good.
Okay.
It's
I'm
really,
ready.
really good.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take these headphones off if I have to.
It's pretty good.
So you're saying it's not? What do you mean?
So much.
It's really good.
It's pretty good. We need a DT, an edge, a guard.
I'm gonna say it super slowly.
Trevor Lawrence.
Justin Fields. The Baltimore Ravens have made Vasily Larikos furious due to a lack of positional value. Jake can still hear me.
Texas A&M.
They now have
Ringo really struggling with the Justin Matabuike. When he figures out the pronunciation for Justin Matabuike, he's going to look at that pronunciation and he's going to be like, "Did we just become best friends?"
Matabuike. Oh, here we go.
So, pick is in the Baltimore Ravens. Let's check back in with Roger Goodell in his comfy chair.
Whew. Wow.
Let's go!
Wow.
Let's go!
Woo, baby, we like that.
Speed receiver, running back, 2 backers. One is fast, one is a hitter. Both of them are badasses. And awesome defensive lineman. And there's still another pick.
This is true.
The Ravens are about, depending on this last pick, they're having the best draft of any team.
Wow, Jake, you're too optimistic.
Did I say that? Have I ever told you you're too optimistic?
No, not you. I'm just, people. You know how people are.
Yeah, but what's LJ Fork going to do?
Fuck off.
You know,
How are the stonks on that jersey going to be treating you?
Stonks are way down, buddy.
Oh, the stonks are down on your LJ
The
Ford.
Stonks are way down. I don't want to talk about it.
So Malik Harrison is one of 5 linebackers. I've said this 1,000 times. I'm going to say it 1,001. One of 5 linebackers to ever go to the NFL Combine. 6'3", 245 or above. Jump 36 inches or higher. Run a 6.853 cone or quicker. And the other ones are Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, TJ Watt, and Tyus Bowser.
The Ravens draft so far has been Patrick Queen, J.K. Dobbins, Justin Matabuke, Devin Duvernay, and Malik Harrison. It's pretty good.
Let's pause for a certain GIF here.
What GIF?
I'll tweet it out and then you can see it.
When are they up next?
Oh my God. And the funniest part, A, you're absolutely right. The Browns take Jacob Phillips, who I think it was underrated. I had a borderline first round grade on Malik Harrison.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it felt like Malik Harrison was like a borderline round 1 guy.
He has a false narrative that he is clunky and can't cover, and it's bullshit. Ohio State asked more of him in coverage than LSU did of Patrick Queen. And how many clips have I posted of Patrick Queen in coverage? Malik Harrison has more. He has been doing NFL things in coverage and runs through linemen. That is a lethal linebacker combination. Lethal. And then LJ Fort, I mean, God forbid Otaro Alaka becomes a player. What the hell, man? That's awesome. Those guys are going to be dominant. And the defense is all the way through, deep and stacked, all the way through at every single slot. They're
good to go. I mean,
Malik Harrison can play outside linebacker. He can play Sam. He can do things that Judon does for sure. Like, come in and I'm not saying that's his primary role, but God forbid Judon goes down. You know, Bowser slides over, Ferguson kicks in, whatever. Malik Harrison can be an outside linebacker, inside linebacker, kind of, you know, that was his role at Ohio State. He was a Sam and a Mike.
I forgot he was available. Like, it just clicked in my brain that he wouldn't be available by this point.
Yeah, it's insane.
They have no holes on defense.
Vaz is actually pumped.
I hope so. I don't want him getting all down like he was.
Yes.
They were 14-2 last season. Let's keep the positive vibes going here.
Yes, and the defense is complete. I'm going to go ahead and say I will be shocked if the Ravens allow more than 17 points a game next year. I don't think it's fucking possible.
They definitely will, because the NFL just is like that. But
not if they hold the ball for 40 minutes.
They're going to be closers.
Bingo, bango, boom, Matt. Bingo, bango, boom.
They're going to be closers.
All right, Raiders. The Raiders.
And now there's still KJ Hill on the board. There's still, you know, a lot of guys, a lot of weapons. What are we thinking with maybe a tweener guy? Are there any gadgety guys we can think of?
Gadgety. I mean, no, not really.
I guess offensive line is a severe possibility. I think Amik Robertson is still on the board.
Moody is still on the board. Amik Robertson, Amik, whatever the fuck.
Call me crazy. I want Adam Troutman here.
Boom. I'm fine with that. Yep. Definitely. Good call, Matt.
Phenomenal pass catcher.
Yeah.
Where do they pick?
He fits perfectly into a little bit better of a blocker than Andrews, but still presents a pass catching threat, and would be Andrews. Love him to death. Gets dinged up all the time. He really does.
Still a little concerned they didn't draft a lineman, but whatever. Fuck me, right?
Where's the next pick? 107.
It's the last of the third round. I think it's 107.
Okay. Fair enough.
Tanner Muse. All right. Well, I'm telling you what, my Ravens chat is blowing the F up. Matt Miller, no one drafts better than the Ravens. This is true.
Shout out to me for retweeting that.
Okay, well, pats on the back, virtual.
That pumps me up, man. That's a really good pick.
Yeah, I mean, Harrison and Queen together. Then you have Matabuke on the interior there. I mean, that's insane. You just have so much depth. That's the good part. I'm having a great time.
Same. Hey, thanks for joining us, man.
Thanks for inviting me, man. Appreciate it.
Anytime. Deserves it. Congrats.
Little cross-vlog promotion.
Deserves it. Congrats.
Little RSR Baltimore Beatdown.
5 #hook'em at Ravens.
What did McConaughey say?
He said,
He said Duvernay. All right.
deserves it. Congrats at Dev_Duve5 #hook'em at Ravens. McConaughey, a big Justin Tucker guy, also. So.
Hey, with another good call. Khalid Kareem has some of the longest arms in the draft. Very stout. Not a super bendy guy, but
Khalid Kareem
would fit a good profile. The Ravens don't take. I mean, Bowser is one guy that's a little tiny bit smaller, maybe, but they don't take the speed, the pure speed demon. They like those big hoss edges that can move.
Still a little surprised that Bowser was a second-round pick.
You think he had Buzz as a first-round pick?
People like
Buzz is good.
Buzz is good.
Yeah. It's
that
fine.
was a weird draft. I mean, Humphrey was nobody expected him to be the pick. He was, and then he crushed it. Yeah, I mean,
What are you gonna do?
I've reached a point.
I'm really happy with this draft, though.
Yes, pumped. Yep, unreal.
I was sitting there on Twitter, and the chat to the right here was, a little bit down. But guys,
Is it recency bias to say it's the best draft in years?
yes,
Is that
2018 was.
Oh yeah, 2018 was really good.
just asking the question?
That's
Matt
okay.
Miller.
You're just a journalist here asking questions.
I'm just trying to get the hard facts.
Matt Miller, no one drafts better than the Ravens. Kayvon Wallace still on the board. Amik Harrison still on the board. Holy shit!
Draft somebody from 2021. We don't have to tell anybody.
It's a good point.
Waddle. Get Waddle.
Especially in these uncertain times, nobody's going to know.
With the 107th pick of the third round 2020 NFL draft,
Trevor Lawrence, quarterback.
did the cure to the coronavirus. Well, I'll tell you what, man, it's a pretty good pick.
I mean, you got Louisville coming up with it.
So Jonas Schaefer with an awesome tweet. The Ravens love to blitz their linebackers, and Malik Harrison had 38 pressures on his 168 rushes over the last 2 seasons. 22.6% pressure rate. That is crazy high for a linebacker.
That's wild, man.
It's crazy that Tanner Muse went before Kayvon Wallace.
Yeah.
Unreal.
So who's fallen the hardest here? Who's slipping?
Slipping.
I feel like people have kind of gone where they're supposed
Curtis
to.
Weaver's still there.
Jake
Curtis Weaver,
definitely.
I think it's still there, right?
Malik Harrison was pretty
Boy,
hard.
Friends from Auburn still on the board, right?
Prince Tigawanogo, that is crazy as well. I mean, Niang slipped pretty far too, man. Niang gang. Who else do we got? Well, I need a board. I need like an actual board.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at pictures on this TV screen here. And Mel's best available. That helps.
Team Davis Gaither's still on the board. The Ravens aren't going to go that direction. I would be pretty surprised at this point.
That would be a triple threat, as the kids say.
He played slot corner and he played some edge. He's a weirdo, but yeah, that's a little bit of a fall, and that's an interesting one to me because when you read scouting reports on him, they say he lacks a position, but then you read scouting reports on Isaiah Simmons and Chin and all those other guys, and they're like completely versatile, can put him anywhere. But Gaither graded really highly, was awesome at those same positions. So it's just personal preference there.
Is it Gaither or is it Davis Gaither?
All right. Tell me this guy does not look just like Luke Wilson from the Seahawks. Same exact guy.
I'm looking at ABC. I see David Pollock.
Oh, I thought you were talking Luke Wilson, the actor.
No, Luke
Guys,
Wilson.
it's crazy. You can't have a frat party.
Wow.
Oh, man. My brother said, wow, and I
Wow.
sound similar to him. Vince Vaughn. Talking about earmuffs. What are we doing here? Cursing in my kitchen. Snoop Dogg having a party in my backyard. We can't do that, guys. Dude, shout out to Luke Wilson. He seems like he's crushing life. I think he's in Boston right now, playing a lot of golf.
MD also hard. I would crawl through a mile of broken glass to hear Kay Adams fart through a walkie-talkie.
Oh, shout out to the franchise. Is she listening?
She already knows about Kay Adams.
Okay.
She's fine with it.
I'm the same way. I actually DM'd her the other day.
Good. She needs
Trying to get her on the show, but at the same time,
Yeah, it happens.
maybe try to make some other stuff happen.
Yes, please like the stream, subscribe to the stream, stay with us. We're going to grow this bad boy. We've grown the podcast.
It's time to hashtag get involved.
Hashtag get involved. We're going to make this a monster. Absolutely. Everything we do it big. Not black and yellow, though. Purple and black. Fuck that.
Black and orange.
But just the last thing I'm going to say, MD Law So Hard, I would take a lighter, take a bong, and hold one of Kay Adams' farts in like a bong rip if I could.
I don't understand why farts have become the thing, with those appropriations that people do of I would do X to have an X person do X. It's I'm just not attracted to farts. I'm sorry.
Are you trying to shout out against my creativity?
No, you're a very creative person. I just it's taken it a little too far at that point for me. Maybe I'm a prude.
I love Kay Adams.
So do I. I was one of the original watchers of Good Morning Football.
Good Morning Football.
Peter Schrager also is
I love Peter Schrager. He shouts out Reisterstown Road all the time, where your boy spends a lot of time, unfortunately. Going to Chick-fil-A, going to McDonald's. I was there today getting my tires changed out at Goodyear. So, yeah.
Reisterstown Road.
Alex Highsmith is definitely a classic Steeler.
Eagles pick is in.
They're almost back up, boys. The Ravens get to end the night, I believe. They have the last pick, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. Reisterstown Road.
Reisterstown.
Good Morning Football is fantastic. Kyle Brandt is hilarious.
Yeah, they're all awesome.
Haptic feedback games. Ravens on the board at 106. My friend, they will be up shortly.
My
Have the Eagles only picked Rager and Hurt so far?
I believe so.
That's a tough scene if they have.
That's really bad.
That's they let Malcolm Jenkins go.
I'm a big Howie fan, but that's tough.
Howie. I mean, the ones that I talked to were big mad.
I bet
They always. That's.
they'd be mad if they.
That is their MO.
Young,
but
they'd find a way to complain, but at the same time,
CD kind of.
Kyle, we've talked Dwayne, the C Rock Johnson. Yes, it is sick. Yes,
I don't know if we have enough. Just throwing that out there.
He needs words of reassurance. So yes,
I'm
Keep
a human being.
He's a fucking human being.
I'm the only one not wearing some form of spectacles right now.
I actually don't know why I adopted the sunglasses look last night.
I love it. I love it.
I like it too. It works well.
Yes.
I'm filtering a lot of blue light too. Obviously, there's a lot of screens going on here. A lot of different monitors and such.
I got my Felix Gray coat from
Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is such a good guy, such a hard worker, and so is Carson Wentz. They're gonna be boys.
Yeah, they're gonna be trading Bible verses and stuff.
That is.
Have you seen this verse? It's pretty fire.
Big time facts.
Ezekiel 3:16.
Thank you, Nico.
Romans 3:11. Amber is the color of our energy.
Ezekiel 25:17. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men.
David Candiday, my favorite Duvernay strength noted from Combine Notes. Runs like he hates humanity as he blasts through tacklers. He destroyed LSU, broke at least 4 tackles that game. Who said that? David Candiday, who was the pundit, the analyst.
I don't know. No relation to Maurice, though, right?
No relation.
Okay.
Actually, I had a gym teacher in high school with the last name Candiday as well. Lesbian woman, very nice.
That delivery was very Peter King of you.
I thought that was pretty, just shouting her out. She was a good teacher. I liked her.
God, he killed himself.
If you say gym teacher, I'm going to assume they're never mind. I'm going to go into a gray area.
We should probably just leave that alone.
Yeah, Davion Taylor did not play high school football. Well, pardon me, did not play high school football games because of his mother's religion. Was not allowed out past dusk on holy days, Friday and Saturday.
Did he grow up in the 1800s?
He grew up.
I was gonna say, is this guy like a Mennonite? Like what?
No, literally, he literally was.
Literally was a Mennonite, or there was like other religion going on there.
I can't recall the official religion, but
Imagine being on Rumspringa and be like, yeah, I'm gonna just go to the NFL.
I need to start yelling Rumspringa more when I do stupid things.
Get my boy. Oh, trade alert. Ooh. All right.
What do we got? Is it Rams trading out?
So Minnesota Vikings trade the pick to the Saints.
Saints
to the Ravens.
Will they pick?
I don't care, honestly. I think they've gotten
This is an elite way to end the draft. Saints, Vikings, Ravens. I'm down with the sickness on that.
Ooh. I'm happy with all the players the Ravens have gotten. I don't care if they don't pick like.
All right. Well, let's put it this way. Let's say the Ravens went Queen in the first. Let's say they went Matabuke in the second, Duvernay with the first pick of the third, and then Harrison. Like if you and then Dobbins at the end. Like if you change the pick value,
yeah, it all works for me.
Everyone's even happier.
I would have thought Malik Harrison would be where J.K. Dobbins got drafted.
Yes, exactly. So let's pretend that the Ravens took J.K. Dobbins with 92, and then all of a sudden
pretend because he a G, and he just got the guys later on.
Exactly.
It shows that he knows more about the draft than you do. Shocker.
Yes, and that's what we'll say when we start recording.
Kay Adams is a wifey. Thank you, Nico.
She has like Neutrogena ads and stuff. She's like sponsored for her beauty.
She's bougie. I like that. You probably enjoy my candle collection.
Birthday cake candles, baby.
My dad and I were watching Good Morning Football the other day, and my dad's like, Kay Adams is hot with her hair back. I'm like, what? Out of left field for no reason. I was like,
oh my gosh, wait, okay, never mind. I almost had a panic attack. I hate when I see the draft is ending for this evening, and I hate how they have Cincinnati. It's like New Orleans, Baltimore, Cincinnati, 107. No.
Yeah.
Like just put a blank space above.
Let's run it back.
I always think that though. I'm like, oh, they're gonna keep going. This is sick. It's like, oh no, you actually have to wait till tomorrow.
Rams did very well for themselves. Cam Akers is going to ball out. And they have no Brandon Cooks, who God knows is not capable of taking hits. Van Jefferson comes in to replace him. Terrell Lewis will replace Clay Matthews if he's able to stay healthy. I mean, I'm pretty sure he is healthy at this point in time. They're just worried about his longevity. Terrell Burgess is a big Vaz is a big fan of him. Slot corner, safety combination, tons of range. So they didn't have a first-round pick, but they balled out on it. So good job, Les Need.
Yeah.
Great hair on Les Need, too.
Kay Adams would not do what you said, MD Law, so hard. It's not true.
What did he say? Pull this shit up.
So with the Saints pick, I'm real sad.
She might, honestly. I mean, she might have that side to her that we just don't know.
Uh-oh. Your boy went off the board.
It's not great. Definitely not great.
All right, the Ravens didn't want him. They wanted Amik Robertson.
Yeah.
Amik? Who could say?
Watch the Ravens trade out, and
they're definitely going to. All right, time to record.
Eric DeCosta's just like laughing. Like I'm just gonna freaking keep trading out right now. I don't even care.
Trade out
as he blinks one eye at a time.
Don't need to be in the third round. Got to get back there. Get some more day 3 picks, and then we're just gonna get some guys, and we're gonna ask them, do you want to be a call?
So wait, the Saints traded 4 picks to get Troutman.
What?
They traded 130, 169, 203, and 244 to jump ahead of the Ravens.
That's wild, man.
All right. No more spoilers.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just watching this. I don't know about you two clowns, but
Curtis Weaver? I like that idea.
Like a lineman. I mean, a lineman would be
it's another front 7 player. They've done that, so far.
At this point, like the tier of linemen that they're into, Sure.
Yeah, no, I'm not discounting it at all. I'm just saying for my personal preference, I wouldn't want that. But DeCosta, anything's possible.
I'm saying, like, sure, this comment will probably look stupid in a couple years because whatever, players end up having different careers. But
Pick is in.
with the tier of linemen that they're into right now, I don't see like a necessity to take one here as opposed to just whatever.
Not even my tier, bro.
No, I think anything is.
Get on my tier. Well, what do we think? What do we think the pick is going to be?
Adam Troutman would not have fit in with Mark Andrews and Nick Boyle. He would not. They would be pissed if he was the one to replace Hurst. I'm just going to say that based on personality. That's my
Pick is
prediction.
going to be Natane Muti in my prediction.
That's your guess.
I like that.
I'm guessing that. Yeah.
I
don't know any other like interior O linemen, so I'm just going to say that.
Corner. It's a corner, and I'm going to go Josiah Scott or Amik Robertson.
Make one pick.
Nope.
Is Jonah
Fucking take a stand. What are you doing?
It's a nickel. I said they picked a nickel, and it's Josiah Scott or Amik Robertson. Fuck off.
That's not a prediction. That's two players.
I don't give a fuck.
boys?
Eschew all, integrity to the wind here. Just I'm going to say it's this guy or this guy.
Ben Barch. That's my pick.
Okay, that's a good one. I like that, man.
That guy was on my computer a couple of days ago.
Yes.
One of the monitors and such.
Oh, he's on the phone. No fist bump from Harbaugh, so it's probably a shitty pick.
This is so far past Harbaugh's bedtime.
Yeah, he's definitely like
he has like a goatee right now.
M&M's left. Holy shit! Just you wait till you see this.
Crazy that the Redskins only had 2 picks in the top 100. You guys are ahead of me. I'm so pissed.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, okay. All right.
Say it. Say it.
Tyree Phillips, Mississippi State.
Don't know him.
Left tackle.
Don't know him.
He's a big boy.
I know Darrell Williams.
He was in the Senior Bowl.
Don't know him. So that's embarrassing.
Yeah, I don't know.
We just stumped the truck on Spencer.
Yep. But guess what he was not?
I'm sorry?
What?
I guess what he was. Power 5, SEC. Eric DaCosta only drafts blue blood again.
I have a position, right?
I'm a big fan of a Tyree on the team.
I'm going to get so mad when I go on Twitter and people are talking about how they pretend like they know who Tyree Phillips is. It's going to infuriate me.
I have no idea. I'll be honest.
I know. There's no way. I don't know the fuck that is.
So that's a solid 6 picks right there.
They addressed the position. Donovan Peoples-Jones still on the board.
You got to think they're not going to draft another wide receiver.
Sure. I mean, wherever. So he was a community college guy, a JUCO guy.
JUCO.
And he started every game last year. And those are his fun facts.
Okay.
That I'm seeing. But I am not going to pretend like that makes it a bad pick because I don't know who he is, but I think that I like the Ravens' odds there, sure. But I have Mississippi State.
He's going to be the next Greg Sinat.
Hopefully not.
Chiefs will get him on waivers to get intel.
They will.
Yeah.
They will.
Derek Clausen, the Ravens really got the 2 best linebackers in the class, while their DC is the best linebacker coach in the NFL. Lord help.
Remember when we had Derek Clausen on and he said the 2 best linebackers were Malik Harrison and Patrick Queen?
Yeah. Derek Clausen, a closeted Ravens fan, too.
Oh, big time Lamar fan.
He told me he was a Ravens fan until Flacco broke his spirit. So hopefully Lamar can bring him back.
That is the first 3 rounds of the draft.
It sure is. You fellas have fun? I certainly did.
I had a blast.
I had a blasty blast. Malik Harrison really ends up in the face of so many.
That is just a middle finger to me to like everyone.
All right, so I got my draft guide on Tyree Phillips. Let's see. Oh wow. Okay. 2 sacks allowed over the last 2 years. 0 in 2018. 2 this past season. Only 2 quarterback hits allowed. PFF personally projects him as an interior offensive lineman.
Good.
Which they need.
no lateral agility, minimal depth out of stance,
You got to have lateral agility. I mean,
not a hand fighter, scheme limited.
I am a hand fighter personally. I'm always hand fighting. You guys know that about me.
cannot do anything more than walk on the field.
Used to teasing me, and I'm a hand fighter.
Direct quote. He struggles to stay low in his pass sets and got bull rushed on multiple occasions by Kalavon Chason, who is 95 pounds lighter. Great.
Fucking.
Let me read his combine stats. 8.1
He was on last chance.
8 40. Okay, next.
I'm actually just going to read his percent.
Girlish Menace. He was on Last Chance U season 2. I didn't watch season 2.
Oh, that gets
I'm
me.
go watch that now.
But guess what he's got? Long arms and big hands.
Same.
35-inch arms.
Other big things.
10 inches. His broad jump was 7 feet 9 inches, which is like fucking horrible.
It's all Greek to me. Like
down over the thing.
PFF actually graded him like they have run blocking grade 77, pass blocking grade 78, zone run grade 74, gap power grade 74, true pass sets 68. So sounds like
you got my GM.
Sounds like they got a raw guy that did really well in pass pro and needs some work.
Okay, sounds good.
Pop on contact is elite. Smaller edge defenders never stacked him. Weapon on double teams can cave a hole in the side of a defensive line. Wow. Okay.
That sounds dangerous.
MD Law So Hard inserts a comment about caving a hole in a certain GMFB reporter.
Just stop being so horny. Like, chill out. It's late at night.
These are the after dark hours. So,
smoke a bowl and pass out. Like, let's stop being so H. I'm not seeing his comment, by the way. It might have gotten filtered out.
Oh no, I was saying it for him. That was me.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You thought it got filtered out because it was so grotesque.
Knowing him.
Wow. Any day 3 targets for them Ravens?
Meek Robertson, Derek Tuska, the edge out of North Dakota State, is like TJ Watt if TJ Watt wasn't as good as TJ Watt.
Okay. That's one way to say it.
I mean, you got to think a less good TJ Watt would be great, but what do I know? Okay.
He's like really good, like better than TJ Watt, but like, no, it's good.
All right, I'm setting the podcast up.
I'm ready for it.
Am I bouncing or what are we doing?
No, you can hang out if you want.
All right. Let me get the giraffe list up here.
Okay.
Well, that's pretty neat.
I love Blake Harrison so much.
That's a great pick.
Ooh, we got draft grades on CBSSports.com. They didn't like the J.K. Dobbins pick. Well, they can
fuck off.
Whenever you gentlemen are ready.
I'm ready, Freddie.
Ready.
Okay.
Tyree Phillips. Williams? Phillips. Tyree Phillips. Good Lord, I don't even know his name. Tyree Phillips.
All right. Welcome on back to another edition of the Baltimore Beatdown podcast. It is our third episode of the night. Officially Saturday now, correct? 12:08 a.m. And it's great because Saturdays, everyone knows that they're for the boys, right? And so the boys are here. You've got Jake, you have got Spencer, and you have got Matt riding the pine. We are chilling here tonight. It has been a very fun day 2 of the NFL draft. The Ravens just blowing the roof off of the building here, selecting Tyree Phillips with their last pick of the day.
Tyree Phillips is someone that if you say you know much about him, you're lying. He was listed on ESPN as went to the Senior Bowl and started 13 games. PFF does have him on their guide. I'm not going to pretend like I crunched a bunch of tape. Also Daryl Williams, I believe Daryl Williams, another lineman the Ravens have been linked to. But from what PFF says, I'm just going to read their scouting report to you, ladies and germs. Let up 2 sacks over his last 1,146 snaps. That includes about 560 pass blocking snaps. Only let up 2 quarterback hits. No sacks allowed in 2018. The gist of what they say is that K'Lavon Chaisson really, really, really worked him with bull rushes while being 95 pounds lighter. But he is a mountain of a man. He played tackle. He has, quote unquote, elite pop on contact. Smaller edge defenders don't stack him in the run game. And they said that he is a weapon on double teams. He can cave in the entire side of a defensive line on double teams. The Ravens use a lot of combo blocks, a lot of combo blocks. So they get a mauler. They'll be able to do some things. Also, on the negative side, they say no lateral agility at his size. Couldn't touch some inside moves. And also not a hands fighter, scheme limited, minimum depth. So they say all of these things, but they also have a 5th round grade on him. 136 player on their big board. He graded in the 70s, high 70s, in all of their little metrics. Played left tackle, but figures to kick inside. Did not have a good combine by any metric, but has massive hands and a really long wingspan. Figures to be a mauler, and we'll see what he can do. Feels like a little bit of a guy the Ravens think they can coach up. And apparently he was on Last Chance U, so that'll give us something in COVID-19 social distancing situation to go watch and learn a little bit more about him as a guy, because what the hell else do we have to do otherwise?
All of their little metrics. I like that a lot. Matt, I do have to know J.K. Dobbins and Justin Matabuke. What is your take on those 2 guys?
I mean, I'm a huge fan of the J.K. Dobbins pick. I was not expecting that whatsoever at 55, but you know what? They're swinging for the fences these days. And, it's a little sad that we're going to have one of the 3 running backs cut for this, probably. But you know what? Mark Ingram's getting up there in years. This provides a lot of depth. I think he's a great running back, had tremendous production in college. And I'm thrilled absolutely with that pick. I know a lot of Ravens fans probably didn't want a running back, but I think you got to play to your strengths, and that's what they did. With Matabuke, he was best player on the board probably at that time, and that just shores up the D line. He can do a lot of things. He's a really good player, and that just gives you more depth. So it's clear that with this draft strategy, they're just saying, you know what, we're gonna take the best player available and see what happens. So,
yeah, I mean, they pick Dobbins and Matabuke. Fans starting to get a little antsy, freaking out a little bit about the fact that they're not addressing the positions that everyone was looking at: interior offensive line, pass rusher, wide receiver. Everyone going a little bit crazy. And then they go ahead and select wide receiver Devin Duvernay. Spenny, what is the breakdown?
Kyler Murray's cousin, first and foremost, got a hit with the important statistics off the bat. But in all seriousness, Devin Duvernay fits a profile of what I have very much wanted the Ravens to get in their receiving core. Someone other than Hollywood Brown who can really, really, really push vertically. Devin Duvernay was a track star in high school, ran a 4.39. Burned Gindry, the Utah corner, who had the combine high defensive 40 time. And he has a similar body type to Golden Tate. He also had the lowest drop percentage of any Power 5 receiver over the last 2 years. Catches everything. Deshaun Elliott goes ahead and tweets out, "I've never seen him drop anything." Former teammate of Devin Duvernay. What we end up finding out through all of these picks and over the last 2 drafts is that Eric DeCosta goes for Power 5, SEC, Big Ten, no small school guys, a lot of really high-level high school recruits, all 4-star or better in this draft. Patrick Queen, a 4-star. J.K. Dobbins, a 4-star. Matabuke, a 4-star. Malik Harrison, a 4-star. Devin Duvernay, a 4-star. All of these guys, at least a 4-star, 5-star, other than Tyree Phillips in the end. But we see Devin Duvernay, a guy that is going to be able to push vertically. He also is, as one of our listeners pointed out on the live stream, had Lance Zierlein saying a really, really, really fun little quip about him that I'm struggling to find. Oh, there we go. So Lance Zierlein said, runs like he hates humanity as he blasts through tacklers. See, you went from The Rock to emo when you said that just now. to Fallout Boy a little bit.
All
But
black, to be fair. I mean, and I'm wearing shades.
very true. But Devin Duvernay completely obliterated. If you want to go learn a little bit about Devin Duvernay, I would highly recommend watching LSU versus Texas. You can find it on YouTube. Devin Duvernay devastated the LSU secondary. Broke at least 4 tackles after the catch. He is a bubble screen machine, but that's not all he is. And going to be a really, really fun weapon to have. The Ravens, as Cole Jackson Russell Street Report tweeted out first, a really great thought. They have now drafted their long-term, future X in Miles Boykin, who fits the boundary profile, a bigger receiver that can really block. There's Z in Hollywood Brown. It's a flanker, the guy that can push vertically a little bit more. Is going to test speed of field side corner, of a boundary corner. And then their slot, their H in Devin Duvernay, who is going to be able to work over the middle of the field, really strong at the catch point, really great hands and great after the catch. So weapons. End up addressing, offensive line and wide receiver. We'll see what Tyree Phillips amounts to, but really strong picks all around.
Matthew, what were the thoughts on Devin Duvernay there?
Yeah, I mean, just to echo what Spencer said, I mean, he kind of fits the mold, and it's going to be interesting to see how they fit him into the Ravens offense. I like a lot of his attributes. Not necessarily the wide receiver I had in mind at that spot, but you know what? They're going to make it work and gives Lamar yet another weapon to work with.
If you told me that they were going to walk away with Malik Harrison, J.K. Dobbins, and Justin Matabuke, and I had to settle for Devin Duvernay as the wide receiver they picked in this draft, I very much would have taken that.
1,000%.
So, yeah, I think from that perspective, I really liked it. Moving on, obviously, Malik Harrison, we've already mentioned it. To me, it's the steal of the draft so far. Just a linebacker who can definitely start from day one, and he complements Patrick Queen very well. Spencer, what is your assessment?
We had Derek Clausen at QB Class, Football Outsiders, does a lot of other things as well. One of my favorite reputable sources. We're so happy to have him on the show. Go follow him at QB Class. You'll learn a lot about the sport of football. With a K. But go follow him. You'll learn a lot about the sport of football, a lot about the quarterback position, and all that good stuff. But when we're talking about a linebacker, and there's a quote, I'm failing. I think it's just Daniel Jeremiah. The Wonderlic test applies to guys, and I don't know what their Wonderlic scores are, and I think this is a little hyperbole, but
hyperbole is how you.
Yeah, hyperbole. You want really smart football players on the football field up the spine. You want guys at center, at quarterback, at middle linebacker, at free safety that are high intelligence, that are able to diagnose and react very quickly in the blink of an eye. For me, the 2 smartest linebackers that were big names in this draft are Patrick Queen and Malik Harrison. Malik Harrison had more coverage responsibility than Patrick Queen. Over the last 24 hours, I posted 1,000 videos, clips, whatever, of Patrick Queen doing really great things in coverage. Ohio State relied on Malik Harrison to do more advanced things than LSU did to Patrick Queen. And there's this false narrative that because Malik Harrison is really big and lumbering, a very powerful, explosive hitter, that he's not great in coverage. And he wasn't perfect by any means, but he's a lot better than scouts give him credit for. I'm astonished at how far he fell in this draft. To me, he was a fringe first-round guy, very strong, going to be able to be a Mike or a Sam, whereas Patrick Queen can be a Mike or a Will. So just an awesome combination of speed and then power and intelligence between those 2 guys. And Malik Harrison made plays in coverage, had a couple big interceptions, was able to do some things in zone. I'm not going to rely on him in man, but Patrick Queen you can. So you go from having probably the by far worst inside linebacker room in the entire NFL to 2 young, promising, established, well, I guess Malik Harris a little bit more established, but awesome inside linebackers. I'm really happy. Couldn't have gone any better for the linebacker room. You know how happy Wink Martindale is with the addition of Justin Matabuke as well as those 2. Matthew,
you big Malik Harrison guy?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, you said he was a steal of the draft, and I think that's 100% true. DaCosta just had a quote on the post-draft press conference where he said there were a few guys that we didn't expect to be there that were there. And I think Malik Harrison is absolutely one of those guys. Just looking at his draft profile, he was a top 50 athlete coming out of high school. So he's shown that he's got some versatility. But if you look at some of his strengths, he uses his length and builds up speed. He's a downhill runner. He uses his hands to shed blocks. And one stat that I saw, he's just 66% of his total tackles as a starter were solo tackles. So, yeah, good. You wrap up the guy with the ball, and I just think you pair with Patrick Queen, you can't ask for a better inside combo to lead this draft with.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination that works so well for me is those two are just going to be absolute beasts on the Ravens defense starting next to one another for hopefully a very long time. So I like the fit from that perspective. I really like what they did, though, like we were hitting on. I think Matabuke is going to find a spot and fit in with a lot of the guys that they've already gotten. He's going to be that Michael Pierce replacement effectively. Patrick Queen, nothing really to say there. J.K. Dobbins, like I said, I was probably even a little more positive on that pick when it happened than some other people were. So home runs all around for me. Don't know anything about Tyree Phillips, though. I'll say that.
I'm going to go ahead and say if you want to go act like you know a lot about Tyree Phillips and you're not a Mississippi State football fan or something of the sort, I'm going to go ahead and call you either Jim Nagy, the director of the Senior Bowl, or a liar. So we'll get into some tape and we'll do some things. But Tyree Phillips was definitely a surprising pick. That doesn't make it a bad pick. And that goes to show how in-depth the Ravens are into looking at entire offensive lines, looking at guys in all different positions, and that's a testament to how they feel they can coach someone up. Because it sounds to me like he played tackle. He's going to give tackle ability while probably going through training camp as a guard, has crazy length and strength, and from the sound of what PFF says, at least, he's got those combo blocks, the ability to devastate a combo into a reach block. So that's a fun little thing, and he'll give some good depth there. Maybe they feel really confident about two certain guys on the roster that fans might not have accounted for. That's Miles Boykin and Ben Powers. So we'll see.
Let's grade the picks. Devin Duvernay, I will go with a B. Spencer.
For where they got him and for the fact that they really need it, I'm gonna go with an A. I'm gonna go with an A. I think he has the traits in hands, speed, yak. Might not be the shiftiest guy of all time, but I really like the pick. It was a pick that Harbaugh was insatiably happy about, fist pumping, saying, Eric Costa says one of their
maybe a little too excited.
Yeah, baby got a little Randy Johnson there, but yeah, they were pumped to go get him, and he's going to end up playing in year one, and he fits a role that they don't currently have. Daniel Jeremiah and Bucky Brooks, obviously I've mentioned them so many times, some of my favorite guys in this draft process, breaking down the prospects. They love to talk about the old adage of having a basketball roster, a 1 through 5, guys that have different roles and can do different things. Some of the things Devin Duvernay can do blend in with Hollywood Brown, but he's a hell of a lot stronger and a night train lane type, explosive yak tackle breaker. So really good pick for me.
Matt?
I'm going to pull a Mike Preston and give him a lower grade than he probably should. B-. So I think he's a good player. I think I'm more interested to see how he fits into the offense more than anything. He wasn't necessarily on my radar at the pick that they got him, but I think he's going to be a solid player. I don't think he's going to be a bust by any means, but it's just going to be interesting to see how they incorporate him into their game plan.
Fair enough. Moving up to Malik Harrison, I'm going to go with an A+ on that. Like I said, steal of the draft. Like I did not think he'd be even close to where they were picking there. A couple of picks into the third round, I thought he would have been gone early second round. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, not only as a player perspective, I think as a fit, it's perfect. It's an A+ for me. Spencer. Did we lose him?
Looks that way.
Oh, sick.
I can go.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I don't think you can give any grade except for an A+ for this pick. Like you said, early second round grade. He just fell to them somehow, some way. And there's always that player in the draft. Always one player in the draft falls to the Ravens that you say, how in the world did that happen? And we get so lucky. And, A+ grade all the way around. He's going to fit seamlessly into the Wink Martindale defense, and I can't wait to watch him for the next few years.
Yeah, it's going to be a very fun pairing. Spencer, you are back now.
I'm back. I froze for a quick second. in hashtag technical difficulties, drink because you heard it. But yeah, Malik Harrison, interesting thing. Jonah Schaefer with an awesome tweet, a little tidbit that Harrison generated 22.5% pass rush win rate on, I think it was about 138 blitzes, 45 of them successful, something in that department. And he's going to be able to fill a role of a Sam, of an outside, strong side linebacker a little bit. Maybe, he can end up playing a little edge, playing a little outside linebacker, and doing some different things. So there's versatility there.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Queen able to stay in on third down, on fourth down. But Malik Harrison, that is such a great combination. And I talked about the measurables already, so I'm going to go with a solid A+ for me. Getting a top 3 inside linebacker in my grades at that value that late in the draft is a freaking home run.
Good stuff. I think we are all very much in agreement that is an absolute home run, as is the Tyree Phillips pick. I'm giving it an A+. Obviously, all the tape I've grinded on this guy, just going back all the way to the fall. I don't know what else if I could even say on it.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go brutal here because I've been a little happy-go-lucky. I'm going to go D. I'm going to go with a solid D there because I don't know who the hell he is. And PFF does not list him very high. I think there's guys on the board, but I am basically giving a D in ignorance, trying to act cool more so than out of knowledge.
I'm going to give it an I, incomplete. I don't know.
There we go. That's better. That's what we should do.
I'm going to give it a C+. From what I've seen, all the research I've done, he's a high character guy, high motor guy. Any of the high adjectives you want to put on him.
Hopefully not. Well, I guess they don't get to read anymore, so
it's fine. It's fine. But Joe Cortez just said on the press conference that they look to kick him inside the guard. And if that's the case, then this might be a much better pick than we think, and provides more depth on that O-line, which we definitely need.
Crazy that a guy like him goes ahead of John Simpson, who is the name, the big name at that Mauler profile and all that good stuff. But, Ravens coaches and scouts get paid for what they can project a player to do in these middle rounds towards the end. And now we're getting into, the day 2, day 3 hundreds of picks, the triple digits. So all the faith in the world for them to be able to coach a guy like that up. And if they have, a tackle that can kick inside and be a mauler, hell yeah.
I feel great through the first 2 days of the draft. How about you guys?
Incredible. I know Matt feels the same.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best draft since 2018. I've been happy.
It's been a long time since 2018 too. So
it's been so long.
A lot of stuff to measure it up against, but continue.
To be fair, I was waiting what felt like years for this draft like a month ago. So
that's actually a good point.
Yeah. No, phenomenal draft. I mean, you look top to bottom, they not only got needs fulfilled, they got the best players on the board, which is like the dream draft. I'm struggling to find a team who's drafted better thus far, or even really come close. I mean, you got the 2 inside linebackers, the second round running back, we got the wide receiver, we got a potential guard. What's not to like,
It all works for me. Anything else from you boys before we get out of here?
Tidbit on our boy B.O.B., Bombs Over Baghdad, or the rapper, a.k.a. actually Bill O'Brien.
Bagpipes in Baghdad.
Texas, or Jesus, let me restart that. Texans coach / GM Bill O'Brien stormed away from his camera on Friday night, furious over the Lions backing out of a trade.
Oh,
love to hear it.
What? I like. If you're
imagine getting fleeced by the Lions and getting mad.
I laugh, but I can imagine him getting fleeced by anyone at this point.
What the hell is he trying to trade?
Ryan Mallett,
Deshaun Watson. Shit, he was supposed to get Stafford. That's his boy.
He from the Lions is sitting in his Winnebago, like. Nah.
But yeah, at the end of the day.
You're struggling again. You're frozen. How frozen is he? Is the question. Is he going to be?
Martha Ford, 97 years old, just like laughing at.
So were you just talking there for like 30 seconds?
Bill O'Brien on the phone. But yeah, at the end of the day, exist once Jerry Judy. Whatever.
This is not.
So what Spencer's displaying here is what we thought the draft was going to look like. But get
Am I back now? Can you?
Yeah, I guess. Are you? Can we hear you?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear us?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You're severely glitched out. We see you too.
Outstanding. There we go. Now I can again. But I just want to say the Ravens stood tall, made amazing picks in the draft. That's all. I'll leave it at that. Let you guys finish.
I'm glad you can get that in. I mean, oh, okay, yeah.
I think Spencer said it best.
I'm right there with him. I agree. I think they didn't panic. They didn't do what stupid organizations do and allow need to dictate their plans for the draft. Sat there, let some great players fall to them, picked them up. John Harbaugh was fist pumping. That's what we like to see. Eric DeCosta was calling prospects and asking them if they wanted to A, be a cop, or B, pretend to be a cop. Just tremendous all around. Matt, what do you got?
Vitapotted. Yeah, absolutely. The only thing I got, other than what has already been said many times over, I'm definitely going to steal that video of the fist pump from John Harbaugh and tweet it out on several occasions, probably obnoxiously.
Yeah, you got to think that's going to be in play big time for Ravens Twitter.
Oh, yeah, big time.
But, yeah, with Spencer.
John Harbaugh with the dagger. John Harbaugh with the dagger to Jim Harbaugh's heart. I'm just going to add it on there. John Harbaugh drafting team captains on the offensive and defensive side of the ball of Ohio State in Jim Harbaugh's face.
That's a tough scene. But, yeah, I think we should get out of here. I'm getting a little tired. What do you guys think?
I'm
excited for tomorrow.
I'm excited for tomorrow too. But yeah, really appreciate you guys listening. You can follow the show on Twitter at Podcast Beatdown, where we will be breaking a lot of the stuff up. Spencer is at Ravens for Dummies. Matt, what is your handle?
You can hit the old follow button at mpine_, and it's spelled PYNE.
Just had to be different there. But yeah, really appreciate you guys listening to this breakdown. You can also check out our live streams, which this is pulled from, on YouTube at Baltimore Beatdown. Really appreciate you guys checking it out. Hoping you're enjoying the draft so far. And we will see you all tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, pod is recorded. Anything else we want to say to the stream?
Love you guys. Follow, subscribe, whatever the hell all that stuff is. We're going to keep rolling on here. We'll try and coordinate when we're going to stream and get that out and get that on Instagram. I think we got Ben Rose that I saw on there when we were recording. He said, "Hey guys,
3-1.
Bros, it's Ben Rose 931 from Instagram. Where do you guys see Harrison and Queen playing between Mike and Will?" So both of them can play Mike. Both of them can play Will. Harrison can play Sam, and Queen can probably kick into the slot a little bit and do a little bit wider on the hashes and some things like that. So there's versatility there. Harrison can go down and play on the line a little bit more, and Queen can do some kind of box safety type stuff.
Cool. Good stuff. Well, appreciate you getting that answered for our boy Bros. And yeah, really appreciate you guys joining me and everyone else tuning into the stream. Probably going to be doing some form of this tomorrow for day 3. But yeah, really appreciate you guys and have a great night.
Adios.
Peace.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.